Hello, everyone. I am the storyteller, and I am here to help you today. I know you. Use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax.
Chapter 1. The Fracture. I was 7 years old when I first saw the cracks in the world. Not physical cracks, mind you. Not the kind that split concrete or run through old drywall. These were different. Subtle. Like hairline fractures in reality itself. Visible only from certain angles and certain lights. Shimmering distortions in the air that seemed to ripple when I looked directly at them, then vanish when I tried to point them out to others. My parents thought I was making things up. My teachers suggested I had an overactive imagination. The first therapist my parents took me to diagnosed attention-seeking behavior. The second suggested visual processing disorder. The third, after I wouldn't stop insisting what I saw was real, recommended medication. By age 12, I'd learned to stop talking about them. By 15, I taught myself to ignore them, at least outwardly. But they were always there, those fractures in reality, growing more numerous, more distinct as I got older. Now, at 34, I've built a life around pretending they don't exist. I live alone in a small apartment in Boston, work remotely as a digital security analyst, and interact with other humans as little as possible. It's easier that way. No one to notice when my eyes track something invisible. No one to see me flinch when I spot a new fracture forming in what should be solid reality. My name is Daniel Weiss, and I've spent my life thinking I was crazy. Until last Tuesday, when the man in the coffee shop looked directly at one of the largest fractures I'd ever seen. A jagged, shimmering tear hanging in the air near the counter, and then looked at me watching him, and nodded. He knew. He could see them too. I nearly knocked over my table in my rush to follow him when he left. Caught him half a block down the street, grabbing his arm perhaps too forcefully. You saw it. I said, not a question. In the coffee shop. That tear. You saw it. He didn't pull away, didn't look alarmed. Just studied my face with an expression of profound relief. You have no idea how long I've been looking for someone else who can see them, he said. His name was Richard Thorne, a professor of theoretical physics at MIT. And over the next hour, sitting in a quiet corner of a nearby park, he told me things that made the ground beneath me feel suddenly unsteady. They're not hallucinations, he said, not visual distortions. They're actual discontinuities in space-time, places where the fabric of reality thins. I've been studying them for 20 years. What causes them? I asked, still dizzy with the revelation that I wasn't alone, wasn't crazy. That's the billion-dollar question. My working theory is that they're the aftermath of quantum events, places where probability collapsed particularly violently, leaving scars in reality. He hesitated, but lately I've been considering a more troubling possibility, which is that they're not scars, they're wounds, and something is making them. He handed me a business card with his contact information. I'm putting together a research group, people like us, who can see the fractures, if you're interested. I took the card, not yet committing, but knowing already I'd call him. After 3 decades of doubting my own perception, the validation was almost painfully sweet. How many others have you found? I asked. So far, 4. With you, 5. Not many of us out there, it seems. Or at least, not many willing to acknowledge what they see. We parted ways, and I walked home in a daze, seeing the familiar fractures around me with new eyes. Not signs of my broken mind, but glimpses of something profoundly wrong with reality itself. I called Richard that evening and agreed to meet his research group the following Friday, for days away. For days to adjust to this seismic shift in my understanding of myself and the world. I never made it to that meeting because on Thursday night, I saw something come through one of fractures. I was working late, eyes strained from hours of debugging code, when movement caught my attention. A particularly large fracture had formed earlier that week across my living room wall. A jagged, shimmering line about 6 feet long that warped the light around it. As I watched, the fracture widened slightly. The air around it seemed to bend, like heat rising from hot pavement, but more pronounced, more deliberate. Then a hand emerged. Not a human hand. It had too many joints, too many fingers, 7 or 8. I couldn't count them as they moved with unnatural fluidity. The skin, if you could call it that, was a color I couldn't quite process, like trying to imagine a new primary color. It hurt to look it directly. I sat frozen, coffee mug halfway to my lips, as the hand probed the air of my apartment, fingers splaying wide, then contracting, testing, feeling. A rational part of my brain suggested I was hallucinating from exhaustion, but I knew that wasn't true. After a lifetime of seeing the fractures, I'd finally witnessed their purpose. They were doors, and something was coming through. The hand retreated suddenly, as if pulled back. The fracture narrowed, returning to its previous state. I sat motionless for several more minutes, heart hammering in my chest, waiting to see if it would return. It didn't, but now I knew. I called Richard immediately, despite the late hour. "I saw something," I said when he answered, my voice tight with restrained panic, coming through one of the fractures. A hand, but not human. Silence on the line for a moment. Then, quietly, "Where are you?" "My apartment." "Pack a bag. Don't turn on any more lights. I'll be there in 20 minutes. "What's happening, Richard?" "The breach has begun," he said, his voice grim. "And if something's appearing in your apartment specifically, then you're not just someone who can see the fractures, Daniel. You're a focal point." What?" "I'll explain on the way. Just be ready to leave when I get there. And Daniel, stay away from the fractures. Don't look at them directly if you can help it." "Why?" "Because now that they know you can see them, they'll be watching back." He hung up, leaving me alone in my apartment with the fractures I'd spent a lifetime learning to ignore, now suddenly feeling like windows through which unseen eyes might be studying me. Predatory eyes, hungry eyes. I packed quickly, mechanically, trying not to look at the large fracture across my living room wall. But I couldn't help it. My gaze kept being drawn back to it, half expecting to see that impossible hand emerge again. It didn't. But as I watched, the fracture seemed to pulse slightly, like a silent heartbeat, like it was alive, aware, when Richard's text came. "Outside now." I practically ran from the apartment, bag clutched tightly to my chest. I didn't look back. I'd spent my entire life believing I was broken, that my mind was playing tricks on me. Now I knew the truth was far worse. Reality itself was broken, and something was forcing its way through the cracks. Chapter 2, The Others. Richard's car was an aging Volvo, its interior cluttered with papers covered in complex equations and diagrams. As we pulled away from my apartment building, I kept glancing back, half expecting to see something emerging from windows, those impossible fingers reaching out into our world. "I've been tracking these fractures for 20 years, Richard said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "At first, they were rare, maybe 1 or 2 stable ones in the entire Boston area. Now, there are hundreds, and they're growing in number or in size." I asked. "Both." He made a sharp turn onto Starrow Drive, the Charles River a dark ribbon beside us. "But more concerning is that they are becoming more active." "Active how?" "Until 6 months ago, they were primarily passive phenomena, tears in reality that didn't seem to do much except exist. Then my colleague Sarah witnessed something similar to what you saw tonight, something reaching through. The image of that strange, wrong hand with its too many fingers flashed in my mind. Where are we going? Somewhere safe. A place where we can talk freely. He glanced at me. Have you noticed any pattern to the fractures? Any commonality in where they appear or when you can see them most clearly? I considered this. After decades of trying to ignore them, analyzing the fractures felt strange. They're more visible in low light, dawn, dusk, overcast days, and they tend to appear near reflective surfaces, mirrors, windows, still water. Richard nodded as if confirming something. Liminal spaces and reflective interfaces, the boundaries between states, that tracks with our observations. Ah, you mentioned a research group. Yes, there are 5 of us now, 6 with you, all with the ability to see the fractures. Each of us discovered them independently, thought we were hallucinating or mentally ill for years. A bitter smile crossed his face. The amount of antipsychotics collectively prescribed to our little group could stock a pharmacy. I knew that feeling all too well. The endless parade of therapists, the medications, the constant self-doubt. And you're all scientists? Physicists like you. He shook his head. No, Sarah's a neurologist. Marcus teaches comparative mythology at Harvard. Elena's an artist, does these incredible paintings of the fractures that finally convinced me I wasn't the only one seeing them. And Darius, well, Darius is complicated. Complicated how? Richard hesitated. He doesn't just see the fractures. He hears them. I felt a chill run up my spine. What do they sound like? According to Darius, like whispers, conversations in languages that don't exist. Richard's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. He says they're getting louder. We drove in silence for several minutes, leaving the city behind and entering the winding roads of the western suburbs. Finally, Richard turned onto a narrow lane that cut through dense woods, leading to a large Victorian house set back from the road, partially hidden by ancient oaks. "Welcome to what we've been calling the lighthouse," Richard said as he parked. "Elena inherited it from her grandmother. It's become our base of operations." The house was impressive. 3 stories of weathered gray clapboard, with a wraparound porch and a widow's walk on the roof. Light glowed from several windows, suggesting others were already inside. As we approached the front door, I noticed something strange. "There are no fractures here," I said, scanning the property. "Not a single one." Richard smiled. "That's why we chose this place. For whatever reason, this property seems to exist in a bubble of stability. No fractures have ever been observed within its boundaries." "Is that even possible?" "Apparently so. We have theories, but nothing concrete yet." He opened the door without knocking. "Come on. The others are waiting." The interior was a blend of Victorian architecture and modern functionality. The formal dining room had been converted into a war room of sorts, walls covered with maps marking fracture locations, whiteboards filled with equations, and cork boards pinned with photographs of particularly notable fractures. For people looked up as we entered. A woman with short gray hair and intense eyes, Sarah, I presume. A tall black man with professor vibes, likely Marcus. A younger woman with multicolored hair and paint-stained hands had to be Elena. And a thin, nervous-looking man with a neatly trimmed beard who fidgeted constantly with a small metallic object, Darius. "Everyone, this is Daniel Weiss," Richard announced. "Daniel witnessed an emergence event tonight at his apartment." The atmosphere in the room changed instantly, from scholarly concentration to tense alertness. "What came through?" Sarah asked, her voice clinical, professional. "A hand, not human. Too many fingers, moving wrong. Skin color was difficult to process." Darius nodded vigorously. Yes, the color that isn't." I've tried to describe it too. Like trying to see ultraviolet, isn't it? Your brain just slides off it. Exactly, I said, relieved that someone understood. Elena stepped forward, flipping through a large sketchbook. Like this. She stopped on a page and turned it toward me. The sketch showed a hand remarkably similar to what I'd seen, multiple jointed fingers arranged in a way that seemed mathematically wrong, anatomically impossible. But where the skin color should have been, she'd left it blank, with a note scribbled in the margin. Unpaintable. That's it, I whispered. That's exactly it. We've been calling them visitors, Marcus said, his deep voice steady, based on reported sightings and historical accounts that seem to describe similar phenomena. Historical accounts? I asked. You mean this has happened before? There are references throughout history to thin places where the veil between worlds weakens, Marcus explained. Celtic traditions, Native American lore, Japanese folk tales about the spirit world, all contain descriptions that align remarkably well with what we're observing. But the frequency is unprecedented, Richard added. Whatever's happening now is accelerating. And it's deliberate, Darius interjected, his fingers still working the small metal object, which I now recognized as an old-fashioned pocket watch, opening and closing it rhythmically. They're trying to come through. All of them. They're so loud now I can barely sleep. An uncomfortable silence followed his words. Let's all sit down, Sarah suggested, gesturing to a large table in the center of the room. Daniel needs to be brought up to speed on everything we know. What followed was a crash course in the impossible. For 2 hours, the group shared their research, theories, and personal experiences with the fractures. Richard's quantum mechanics perspective, Sarah's neurological studies on how our brains might be processing visual information from another dimension, Marcus's compilation of historical references to similar phenomena, Elena's artistic documentation of fracture patterns and changes over time, and Darius's troubling accounts of what he heard through the fractures, whispers growing to conversations, conversations evolving into plans. We believe the fractures are thinning points between our reality and another, Richard concluded. A parallel dimension that exists alongside ours, normally separated by what physicists call a quantum membrane. And something on the other side wants in, Elena added grimly. But why now? I asked. What's changed to cause these fractures to multiply? They exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We think it might be our fault, Sarah said finally. Humanity's, that is. Specifically, certain experiments at CERN and other particle accelerators. By smashing particles together at near light speed, we've been stress testing the fabric of reality for decades. Like repeatedly hitting a wall until cracks form, Richard added. Or, Darius said, his voice unnervingly calm compared to his fidgeting hands, they've always been trying to get through, and we've finally damaged the barriers enough to give them a chance. I took a deep breath, tried to process everything. And you think I'm what? A focal point. Richard nodded. There are locations where fractures cluster more densely, and there are people like us who can perceive them. But there's a third category we've identified, nexus points. People who actually attract fractures, around whom reality seems particularly thin. How can you be sure I'm one of these nexus points? The fact that an emergence event occurred in your personal living space is significant, Sarah explained. Most documented attempts at crossing have been in public locations, with heavy fracture activity. For one to manifest in your private residence suggests a connection. Also, Elena added softly, there's a fracture forming around you right now. I froze. What? Don't panic, Richard said quickly. Remember, We've never observed fractures forming within the lighthouse property before, yet within 30 minutes of your arrival. He gestured behind me. Slowly I turned. There, shimmering in the air about 3 feet behind my chair, was a small fracture, no longer than my hand, but unmistakable. A tear in reality that hadn't been there when we entered the room. "This is impossible," I whispered. "You said this place was protected." "It was," Marcus said, "until you arrived." Darius had stopped fidgeting with his watch and was staring intently at the small fracture, his head tilted slightly, like a dog hearing a distant sound. "Darius," Sarah prompted, "are you hearing something?" "They know he's here," Darius said, his voice distant. "They're excited. They have a name for him." A cold dread settled in my stomach. "What name?" "Bridge," Darius translated, his eyes never leaving the fracture. "They call you the Bridge." As if responding to its name being spoken, the small fracture pulsed once, expanding slightly before settling back to its original size. We all instinctively stepped back. "We need to run tests," Richard said, breaking the tense silence. "Figure out exactly what makes Daniel different from the rest of us, why he's attracting these fractures. And we need to do it quickly," Sarah added. "If Daniel's presence can override the lighthouse's natural protection, we may not have as much time as we thought." "Time before what?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "Before the visitors find a way to use you, to use the fractures you attract, as a permanent doorway between their world and ours," Marcus answered grimly. "The bridge," Darius repeated, still staring at the fracture behind me. "They've been looking for you for a very long time." Outside, the wind had picked up, branches scratching against the windows like finger bones seeking entrance. The small fracture pulsed again, and I could have sworn I heard something this time too. Not words, but a vibration that resonated in my chest cavity. A call, a summons. They had found their bridge, and somehow I knew they wouldn't let me go easily. Chapter 3, The Nature of Reality. Sleep didn't come easily that night. The group had insisted I stay at the lighthouse, partly for my protection, partly to study the unsettling phenomenon of fractures forming in my presence, despite the property's previous immunity. Elena showed me to a guest room on the second floor, sparsely furnished but comfortable. The walls aligned with a special material, she explained, running her hand along the faded blue wallpaper. A mixture of lead, copper mesh, and a few less conventional components. "Like what?" I asked, a ghost of a smile. "Powdered meteorite iron, crushed crystals from caves that have never seen sunlight, herbs grown in complete darkness." She shrugged at my expression. "Marcus's contributions. The mythology specialist believes in covering all bases." "Does it work?" "We think so. No fractures have ever been observed in the bedrooms." She hesitated. Until tonight, that would have been true of the entire house. After she left, I examined the small travel bag I'd hastily packed. Laptop, charger, 2 changes of clothes, toothbrush. The mundane items seemed absurd in the context of what I'd learned tonight. Reality was breaking apart. Creatures from another dimension were trying to cross over, and apparently, I was somehow key to their plans. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for the telltale shimmer of a fracture to appear. None did. Whatever Elena's walls contained, it seemed to be working. Yet sleep remained elusive, my mind racing with the implications of everything I'd learned. The bridge. Why me? What made me different from the others, who could see the fractures? Around 3 a.m., I gave up on sleep and decided to explore the house. The hallways were silent, moonlight streaming through tall windows, casting long shadows across faded carpets. The lighthouse had clearly been grand once, Intricate woodwork, high ceilings, stained glass accents, but now had the genteel shabbiness of faded aristocracy. I found myself drawn to the library on the first floor, a room we passed earlier but hadn't entered. 2 walls of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, leather armchairs, massive oak desk, and, interestingly, more of the group's research materials. While the dining room had been devoted to maps and scientific data, this room seemed focused on historical and mythological aspects. A large cork board held printouts of ancient texts and images, medieval woodcuts showing distorted human figures emerging from tears in the air, passages from grimoires describing windows between worlds, a photograph of a Native American petroglyph depicting what looked remarkably like one of the fractures with figures passing through it. Can't sleep either? I startled at the voice. Marcus stood in the doorway, wearing pajama pants and a Harvard t-shirt, a cup of tea steaming in his hand. Too much to process, I admitted. He nodded and entered the room, gesturing to the board I'd been examining. The historical evidence suggests we're not the first generation to encounter this phenomenon. The fractures, or something very like them, appear in human records going back thousands of years. Why haven't I heard of this before? Why isn't this common knowledge? Marcus settled into one of the armchairs. Several reasons. First, only a small percentage of people can perceive the fractures directly. Second, accounts are often dismissed as religious visions or hallucinations. And third, he took a sip of tea. Those who've encountered the visitors rarely live long enough to spread the word. A chill ran through me. You think they're killing people? Not always. Sometimes those who encounter them simply change, begin behaving differently, become obsessed with certain locations or activities, eventually distance themselves from everything and everyone they once cared about. He set down his cup. I tracked 7 historical cases where individuals documented encounters with entities remarkably similar to our visitors. All 7 disappeared within a year of their first contact. Disappeared how? Some literally vanished. Others withdrew from society, with their final writings describing plans to seek out places where the veil is thin. One 17th century account from a French monk describes his intention to step through the shimmering door to join the angular messengers in their crystal city. I swallowed hard. What do they want? These visitors. Marcus leaned forward, his expression grave. That's the central question, isn't it? Sarah and Richard favor scientific explanations. Interdimensional beings following natural expansion patterns, like gas diffusing through a permeable membrane. But my research suggests something more purposeful. What do you think? I think. He hesitated. I think they're colonizers, scouts for an invasion. They come through in small numbers, study us, prepare the way for something larger. The image of that alien hand reaching through the fracture in my apartment flashed in my mind. And what's my role in this? Why do they call me the bridge? That's what we need to find out. He stood, moving to the bookshelf and selecting a heavy, ancient-looking tome. There are references in several mystical traditions to individuals who can thin the veil between worlds, people whose mere presence weakens the natural boundaries of reality. He opened the book to a marked page and handed it to me. The text was in Latin, but a handwritten translation had been added in the margins. It described individuals called Ianui, doorways or gateways, who were sought by those who dwell between. According to this 12th century text, Marcus explained, these individuals aren't just passive conduits. They have the potential to control the openings they create, to decide what comes through and what doesn't. I looked up from the book. You're saying I might be able to control the fractures? Potentially, with training and understanding. He took the book back, closing it carefully. That's why it's crucial we learn more about your specific connection to them. If you are indeed what this text calls an annua, you may be not just the greatest threat to our world, but its greatest protection as well. The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. Before I could respond, a sound cut through the quiet house, a high, keening wail that raised the hair on my arms. "Darius," Marcus said, already moving toward the door. "Come on." We rushed upstairs to find the others already gathered outside Darius's room. The cries coming from inside weren't quite screams, more like the sounds a wounded animal might make, primal and desperate. Richard tried the door. Locked. "Darius, open up." No response, just that terrible keening. "Stand back," Elena said, pulling a key from her pocket. "I have the master." The door swung open to reveal a disturbing scene. Darius sat cross-legged in the center of the floor, surrounded by a circle of small mirrors angled upward toward his face. His eyes were wide open but unseeing, blood trickling from his nose and ears. And all around him, impossible, given Elena's special walls, were fractures, dozens of them small but distinct, hovering in the air like cracks in glass. "Get him out of there," Sarah shouted, rushing forward. As she and Richard pulled Darius from a circle of mirrors, I noticed something that stopped my breath. In each small mirror wasn't a reflection of Darius or the room, but a face. Not human faces, but something approximating the concept. Stretched, wrong-angled geometries with too many eyes or none at all. Mouths that spiraled inward instead of opening. Skin that seemed to ripple with colors that hurt to look at directly. The faces were watching, and as Sarah and Richard dragged Darius across the threshold, one of the faces, a particularly large one in an ornate hand mirror, seemed to look directly at me. Its spiral mouth moved, forming what might have been words. Then Elena slammed the door shut, and the connection was broken. What the hell was he doing? Richard demanded as they laid the still-moaning Darius on a couch in the hallway. "Listening," Darius murmured, his eyes glazed. "They have so much to say, so many promises." Sarah examined him quickly, checking his pupils, his pulse. "He's in shock. Elena, get my medical bag from my room." As Elena hurried off, Richard turned to me. "Did you see them? In the mirrors?" I nodded, unable to find words. "Reflective surfaces," he muttered. "Always the reflective surfaces. They use them like windows, looking into our world." "Not just looking," Darius said suddenly, his voice clearer. He grabbed Richard's wrist with surprising strength. "They're coming through. All of them. The grand procession begins at dawn." His eyes found mine. "Through you, Bridge. They've found their door, and they're bringing the key." "What key?" I asked, kneeling beside him. "Darius, what are they planning?" But his eyes had rolled back, consciousness slipping away as the strain of whatever he'd experienced overtook him. Elena returned with Sarah's medical bag, and they set about treating Darius. Marcus pulled me aside, his expression grave. "We need to accelerate our research, if what Darius says is true." "You believe him?" I interrupted. He deliberately surrounded himself with mirrors to communicate with these things. He's not exactly exhibiting sound judgment. Darius has always walked a line between brilliant perception and dangerous obsession, Marcus acknowledged. But he's never been wrong about the visitor's movements or intentions. If he says something's happening at dawn, we need to prepare. Dawn was less than 3 hours away. Outside, the night sky had taken on that deep, pre-morning blackness that comes just before the first light. "Prepare how?" I asked. "What can we possibly do against whatever these things are?" "We can start by understanding you better," Richard said, joining our conversation. "Your connection to the fractures. If you're truly a bridge, as they claim, we need to know your capabilities and limitations." "How?" We don't have time for batteries of tests or... We have this, Richard interrupted, holding up what looked like a modified VR headset. We've been developing it to detect and map quantum disturbances associated with the fractures. If your presence alters local reality as we suspect, this should give us some immediate data. I looked at the device skeptically, and if Darius is right, if they're planning something major at dawn using me as their entry point. Richard and Marcus exchanged glances. Then we need to consider removing you from the equation, Marcus said softly. Removing me how? I demanded, though I suspected I knew the answer. The lighthouse has a secure room, Richard explained, below ground level, lined with the same materials as the bedrooms, but much thicker. Originally a bomb shelter from the Cold War era, we've modified it to block all forms of quantum disturbance. You want to lock me up? We want to protect both you and potentially everyone else, Richard countered, just until we understand what's happening and how to address it. Part of me wanted to be outraged at the suggestion, but another part, the part that had seen that alien hand reaching through the fracture in my apartment, that had witnessed the faces in Darius's mirrors, understood their caution. Let's try your headset first, I said to Richard. If we're going to understand my connection to these fractures, we need data, not confinement. Richard nodded, relief evident in his expression. We'll set up in the study. It has the most quantum shielding after the bedrooms and the shelter. As we made our way downstairs, I glanced out a window at the still dark sky. Whatever dawn might bring, I had the sinking feeling that after today, nothing would ever be the same again. The fractures had found their bridge, and soon they would reveal what that truly meant. For me, and possibly for all of reality. Chapter 4, Dawn of the Visitors. Richard's study was a testament to the meeting point of science and the inexplicable. Gleaming laboratory equipment shared space with ancient tomes and artifacts that looked more at home in a museum of the occult. The modified VR headset sat on a workbench beside a complex array of sensors and monitors. This will allow us to visualize your neural activity when you interact with the fractures, Richard explained, attaching small electrodes to my temples. It might feel strange at first, like a pressure behind your eyes. What exactly are we looking for? I asked as he fitted the headset over my eyes. Quantum entanglement signatures, he replied, his voice now coming through speakers in the headset. If you're truly what the visitors call a bridge, your consciousness should exhibit unusual entanglement patterns with the underlying quantum substrate of reality. The interior of the headset lit up with a simple green grid against black, reminiscent of early virtual reality. Then Richard activated the system, and everything changed. The grid expanded outward, creating a three-dimensional representation of the room around me. I could see the furniture, the walls, even Richard and Sarah standing nearby, all rendered in wireframe green lines. Baseline established, Sarah reported from somewhere beyond my field of vision. Beginning quantum scan. The green wireframe pulsed once, then shifted to display something else entirely. Threads, countless threads of light, running through everything in the room. Some were straight, others curved gently through space. They reminded me of fiber optic filaments, carrying data through the underlying structure of reality. My God, I heard Richard whisper, "Are you seeing this?" "It's beautiful," I said, rotating slowly to take in the intricate web all around me. "What am I looking at?" "Quantum probability strings," Sarah answered, her voice tight with excitement. "The pathways of potential particle interactions that make up our reality. We've theorized their existence, but never been able to visualize them directly." As I continued to observe, I noticed something odd. While most of the threads maintained their positions as I moved, a subset of them seemed to respond to my presence, bending slightly toward me, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. "They're moving," I said, Some of them are following me. Incredible, Richard murmured. It's like you're creating a local gravity well in the quantum field. I raised my hand, watching as dozens of the threads bent toward my fingertips. When I moved my hand in a slow arc, they followed, creating a rippling effect through the surrounding web. Can you try something for me? Richard asked. Can you try to pull on them? Like gathering strings in your hand. The request seemed absurd. These were visualizations of quantum phenomena, not physical objects. And yet, when I made a gentle tugging motion with my fingers, I felt resistance. Actual, tactile resistance, as if I were pulling on invisible threads. The sensation was bizarre, like plucking a guitar string you couldn't see, but could somehow feel. As I drew my hand inward, several of the threads followed, bunching together where I focused my attention. Look at the readings, Sarah exclaimed. He's actually manipulating the quantum probability field. Then something unexpected happened. Where the threads had gathered most densely, a small distortion appeared, a ripple in the visual field, like heat rising from pavement. A fracture. I was creating a fracture. Stop, Richard shouted. Let go of the threads. I released my mental grip immediately, and the threads snapped back to their original positions. The nascent fracture wavered, then sealed itself like a healing wound. Richard ripped the headset from my face. His expression was a mixture of scientific awe and horror. You just proved it, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. You are the bridge. You don't just attract the fractures, you can create them. The implications hit me like a physical blow. All these years, I'd thought I was merely perceiving something wrong with reality. But what if I'd been causing it? What if the fractures I'd seen my entire life had formed in response to my presence, my unconscious manipulation of quantum probability? That's not possible, I argued, more to convince myself than him. I've been seeing these fractures since I was a child. Are you suggesting I've been breaking reality since before I could tie my shoes? Not breaking it, Sarah corrected, studying the data on her monitors, bending it, and perhaps not consciously, but the evidence suggests your mere existence creates a distortion in the quantum field. Which is why the visitors want you, Marcus added from the doorway, where he'd apparently been observing. You're not just a passive conduit. You're an active creator of pathways between realities. Before I could process this revelation, Elena burst into the room, her face pale with urgency. You need to see this. All of you. We followed her to the front of the house, where large windows overlooked the extensive grounds. The sky had begun to lighten with the approaching dawn, the darkness giving way to a deep blue at the horizon. But that wasn't what Elena wanted us to see. All across the grounds, fractures had appeared, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, shimmering in the pre-dawn light. They varied in size, some no larger than a hand, others stretching 6 or 7 feet. They hung in the air like tears in the fabric of reality, more numerous than I'd ever seen in one location. This isn't possible, Richard whispered. The lighthouse has never had fractures on the property, let alone this many. It's because of me, isn't it? I asked, already knowing the answer. My presence is overriding whatever protection this place has. No one contradicted me. We stood in horrified silence, watching as the fractures gently pulsed in the growing light. As we watched, several of the larger ones expanded slightly, the reality around their edges warping. What time is it? Marcus asked suddenly. Richard checked his watch. 5:47. Dawn is at 5:52. 5 minutes, Elena murmured. Darius said they were coming at dawn. As if summoned by her words, Darius appeared beside us, his face still drawn and pale from his earlier collapse. They're excited, he said, his eyes fixed on the fractures outside. They've been waiting for this alignment for centuries. The bridge and the dawn and the thinning all at once. What's the thinning? I asked, dreading the answer. The moment when the membrane between realities is at its weakest, Marcus answered. Many mystical traditions reference it, a time when the veil can be pierced more easily, often associated with dawn and dusk. And they believe I'm going to help them cross over, that I'll open the way somehow. Intentionally or not, Richard said grimly. Outside, the first direct ray of sunlight breached the horizon, sending a golden shaft across the grounds. The effect on the fractures was immediate and terrifying. They all elongated simultaneously, stretching toward the house like hungry mouths. And through them, things began to emerge. Not just hands this time, full figures, pushing through the thin membrane of reality. Their bodies defied proper description, partly because they seemed to shift and change as they moved, and partly because looking at them directly caused a deep, instinctual revulsion, like witnessing something fundamentally wrong. They were vaguely humanoid, but with proportions that made no anatomical sense. Limbs too long and jointed in impossible places. Torsos that twisted in ways that should have broken any spine. And their faces, God, their faces, where features should have been, were swirling patterns that seemed to move inward forever, like staring into fleshy whirlpools. We need to get to the shelter, Richard commanded, already pulling me away from the window. Now, as we turned to flee, I caught one last glimpse outside. The visitors, perhaps 24 now, had fully emerged and were converging on the house. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, covering ground faster than seemed possible given their awkward forms. We ran through the house toward the kitchen, where a door led to the cellar. Behind us, the sound of breaking glass. They were entering the house. Hurry, Elena urged, punching a code into a keypad beside an industrial freezer. The heavy appliance slid aside, revealing a reinforced door behind it. Another code, and this door opened to expose a narrow stairway leading down. The 5 of us descended rapidly, Richard pulling the door shut behind us and engaging multiple locks. The stairway led to another door, even more heavily reinforced than the first. The shelter's just beyond, Richard assured me, working on this final door's complex locking mechanism. Once we're inside, nothing can reach us. Not physically, not quantum mechanically. It's the most secure. A scream cut him off. Sarah screamed. I turned to see her staring in horror at her own arm, where 5 finger-shaped marks had appeared on her skin, radiating a sickly glow. The marks darkened as we watched, becoming bruises, then open wounds, as if invisible fingers were digging into her flesh. They're here, she gasped. They're already. Her body jerked violently, lifted several inches off the ground. Her eyes rolled back, showing only whites. Then her mouth opened, wider than any human mouth should open, and a sound emerged that wasn't human at all. A vibration more than a voice. It resonated in my chest cavity painfully. Bridge. The sound formed into a word, spoken through Sarah's distorted mouth. Open the way. Richard finally got the door open. Get inside, he shouted, pushing me through. Marcus and Elena rushed in behind me, but Richard hesitated, looking back at Sarah's hovering form. Richard, come on. Elena pleaded. We can't leave her, Richard protested. That's not Sarah anymore, Marcus said grimly. As if to confirm his assessment, Sarah's body began to change, her limbs elongating, joints cracking as they reconfigured. Her face, always sharp-featured, became something else, the familiar spiral pattern of the visitors emerging from beneath her skin. Richard made his decision, diving through the doorway. Marcus slammed it shut just as the thing that had been Sarah lunged forward. A series of heavy mechanical sounds followed as automatic locks engaged. The shelter was approximately 20 feet square, with concrete walls lined with the same material Elena had shown me in the bedrooms. Bright fluorescent lighting eliminated any shadows, A few cots, small kitchenette, a bathroom behind a privacy screen, and several computer workstations completed the sparse furnishings. What just happened to Sarah? I demanded, still reeling from the horror of watching her transformation. Possession, Marcus answered, moving to one of the workstations and bringing the system online. The visitors can't fully materialize in our reality without tremendous effort, but they can inhabit existing physical forms. They've done it before, Elena added, her face pale with shock. We lost 2 members of our group that way before we understood what we were dealing with. A sudden banging on the door interrupted any further explanation. Heavy, rhythmic impacts that made the reinforced metal vibrate. Will it hold? I asked. It's designed to withstand almost anything, Richard assured me, though his expression was far from confident. 3 feet of reinforced steel with the quantum shielding material layered throughout. No fracture can form inside this room, and nothing can break through that door. The banging continued for several minutes, then abruptly stopped. See, Richard said, with forced optimism, they can't get through. Or they're trying something else, Marcus suggested darkly, studying the security monitors. Each showed a different part of the house, via motion-activated cameras. Most displayed static, damaged or destroyed by the intruders. But one, showing the library, was still functioning. We crowded around the monitor, watching as 3 visitors examined the bookshelves with disturbing interest. Their elongated fingers traced the spines of ancient tomes, occasionally removing one to inspect it with their featureless spiral faces. They're looking for information, Marcus observed. Learning. About what? Elena asked. About us. About this world. About me, I finished. They're looking for information about what I am and what I can do. As if hearing me through the security system, one of the visitors on screen suddenly turned toward the camera. It moved with blinding speed, its face filling the monitor in an instant. Then the screen went dark. They're more intelligent than we estimated, Richard said, moving to another workstation. More purposeful. This isn't just an instinctive breach. It's a coordinated invasion. How long can we stay down here? I asked, eyeing the small kitchenette. Supplies for 2 weeks, Elena answered. Water purification system, preserved food, emergency medical equipment. And after 2 weeks, no one answered. The unspoken reality hung in the air between us. We were trapped. The visitors had invaded the lighthouse, our only sanctuary, and transformed Sarah into something inhuman. Even if the shelter could protect us indefinitely, eventually we would have to leave. There has to be something we can do, I insisted. You said I can manipulate these fractures, create them, potentially control them. Can't I close them too? Richard and Marcus exchanged glances. Theoretically, Richard acknowledged, if you can bend probability strings to create fractures, you might be able to restore them to their natural state as well. But it would require practice, control, Marcus added. The brief experiment upstairs showed you have the ability, but harnessing it purposefully is another matter entirely. Then teach me, I demanded. Coach me, whatever it takes, because sitting in this bunker waiting to die or be possessed isn't a viable strategy. He's right, Elena said quietly, and there's something else to consider. If Daniel truly is what the texts call an Iannua, a doorway, then his presence in our reality is significant. The visitors want him for a reason. Perhaps removing him from their reach isn't the answer. What are you suggesting? Richard asked, that instead of hiding from them, we use their interest in Daniel as bait, draw them in, then turn their own strategy against them. That's incredibly dangerous, Marcus objected. We barely understand what these entities are capable of. Do we have a choice? Elena countered. They've already found us. They've taken Sarah. How long before they find a way into this shelter? Or worse, give up on us and move on to the general population? A chilling thought. If the visitors could possess Sarah so completely, so quickly, what might they do to unsuspecting people outside the lighthouse? How many could they take over before anyone realized what was happening? If we're going to do this, we need to act fast, Richard decided. Every minute we wait gives them more time to explore our world, learn our weaknesses. Wait, I interjected. Are we seriously considering going back out there, among those things? Not all of us, Elena clarified. Just you, with proper preparation and protection. That's insane. You saw what they did to Sarah. Sarah wasn't what they wanted, Marcus said quietly. You are. They need you intact, functional, as the bridge. The logic was cold but undeniable. The visitors could have killed us all when they breached the house, but they hadn't. They'd only transformed Sarah when she stood between them and me. They wanted something from me, needed something that only I could provide. Even if you're right, I said. What's the plan? I just walk out there and let them capture me. No, Richard replied, already moving to a locker in the corner of the shelter. We prepare you to face them on our terms. From the locker, he withdrew what looked like a sleek hazmat suit made of silvery material. Quantum-resistant fabric, he explained, lined with the same material as the shelter walls, but flexible. It won't prevent you from creating or controlling fractures, but it should offer some protection against direct quantum manipulation, like what they did to Sarah. Should, I questioned. It's never been field tested against actual visitors, Richard admitted, but the theoretical models are promising. And once I'm suited up and out there, what exactly am I supposed to do? Marcus stepped forward. You'll need to create a fracture, a controlled one, and then attempt to reverse it, master opening and closing the doorways. If you can demonstrate that ability, you might be able to force the visitors back to their own reality. Might, should, theoretical. I shook my head. Not exactly confidence-inspiring terminology when we're talking about facing interdimensional invaders. Would you prefer to wait here until our supplies run out? Elena asked bluntly. Or until they find another bridge somewhere else and open a doorway we can't close? Put that way, the choice seemed clear, if terrifying. I looked at the suit Richard held, then at the security monitors showing static where our view of the house had been. How long will it take me to learn to control these abilities? I asked. We don't know, Richard answered honestly. Hours, days, or you might grasp it immediately. The quantum headset showed you already have an intuitive connection to the probability strings. I took a deep breath. All right, let's at least try. Show me how this suit works, and then I guess I'll try to become the master of interdimensional doorways. As Richard helped me into the quantum suit, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was preparing for my own execution. But what choice did I have? The fractures had been part of my life since childhood. Perhaps this was always where my path was leading. To this moment, this choice, this desperate gamble. The bridge, the visitors had called me. It was time to find out exactly what that meant. Chapter 7, The Thinning. Night fell over the mountains, bringing a profound darkness that city dwellers rarely experience. The cabin's windows became perfect black mirrors reflecting the interior, obscuring whatever might lie beyond in the forest. I found myself avoiding looking directly at them, irrationally afraid of what face other than my own might appear in the glass. Elena had prepared a simple but hearty meal from the cabin stores, pasta with preserved sauce, canned vegetables, and surprisingly good coffee. We ate mostly in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, the weight of cosmic revelations dampening any appetite for small talk. After dinner, Weir's soldiers continued their perimeter checks, while Richard and Marcus huddled over laptops, analyzing data they'd managed to salvage from the lighthouse computers. Elena busied herself inventorying supplies, perhaps finding comfort in the mundane task. Where herself had stepped outside to contact her headquarters via a secure satellite link. I sat alone by the fireplace, staring into the flames, trying to process everything I'd learned. The fractures I'd seen my entire life weren't hallucinations or mental illness, but glimpses of a cosmic barrier created to protect us from higher dimensional predators. I wasn't crazy. I was a quantum anomaly, a bridge between realities, and now two opposing forces wanted to use me for their own purposes. "You should rest," was said, returning from her call and noticing my exhausted state. "There's a bedroom upstairs you can use. We've swept it for quantum anomalies. It should be secure." "What about the others?" I asked. "We'll maintain a watch rotation. Two awake at all times, monitoring both conventional and quantum security systems." I nodded, too tired to argue. The cumulative stress and exertion of the past days had left me bone-weary. "Wake me if anything happens. Anything at all." "Of course." Her expression softened fractionally. "You're central to everything now, Mr. Weiss. Nothing significant will happen without your knowledge." The bedroom was small but comfortable. A double bed with a handmade quilt, pine furniture, and a small window overlooking the moonlit forest. One of Weir's quantum stabilizers hummed quietly on the nightstand, its small indicator light glowing a reassuring blue. I didn't bother undressing beyond kicking off my shoes. The quantum suit Weir had insisted I continue wearing was surprisingly comfortable, its material adapting to my body temperature. I lay on the bed, certain that sleep would evade me despite my exhaustion. Too much had happened, too many revelations and horrors witnessed. Yet the moment my head touched the pillow, consciousness began to slip away, my overloaded mind finally surrendering to exhaustion. I dreamed of fractures, not the familiar shimmering tears I'd seen all my life, but massive, reality-spanning chasms through which impossibly vast beings reached toward our world. I was somehow both observer and participant, watching from a cosmic distance while simultaneously standing at the edge of a particular fracture, feeling its cold energy against my face. "Bridge," came a familiar vibration voice from beyond the tear. "Your understanding grows, but time diminishes." In the logic of dreams, I wasn't surprised by the communication. The custodians say you're predators, that you want to consume our reality. "Perspective," the voice replied. "The cell sees the body as predator. The river fears the ocean. Reunion brings transformation, not extinction. I saw you through the quantum viewer. I saw what you really are. You saw what the custodians wished you to see, a tool calibrated to instill fear." The fracture widened slightly. "We offer truth unfiltered. Come." Dream logic accepted this invitation. I stepped through the fracture, expecting the cold emptiness of the void. Instead, I found myself in what appeared to be a vast library, shelves extending in all directions to impossible heights, filled with books, scrolls, tablets, and media I couldn't identify. The architecture was both ancient and futuristic, stone columns supporting crystal domes that opened to a star-filled sky, unlike any constellation pattern I recognized. "Where am I?" I asked. "The archive," replied the voice, now emanating from a swirling pattern in the air before me. A neutral space between realities, one of the few remaining fragments of the united whole. "Why have you brought me here?" "To show you what was lost. What could be again?" The swirling pattern expanded, forming a vaguely humanoid shape of swirling light and shadow. It gestured, and suddenly we were moving through the library at impossible speed, the endless shelves blurring around us. We stopped before a circular reading table upon which lay an ancient-looking book bound in what appeared to be metal rather than leather. Its cover bore no title, only an intricate symbol, a circle containing interconnected geometric patterns, the history of a severance. I guessed. The beginning of the lie, the entity corrected. Open it. I reached for the book, half expecting my hand to pass through it, this being a dream. But the cover felt solid, cold to the touch, its metal surface vibrating faintly as I opened to the first page. Instead of text, the book contained what seemed to be moving images, like a video screen embedded in paper. It showed a reality unlike anything I could properly comprehend, dimensions intertwining, consciousness flowing freely between states of being, entities of all sizes and complexities coexisting in a harmonious whole. The united reality, the entity explained, before the custodian's betrayal. The images shifted, showing conflict arising, not physical warfare, but something more fundamental, a disagreement at the level of reality itself. Different factions forming, separating, concepts I couldn't grasp being exchanged like weapons. What happened? I asked, struggling to interpret the alien imagery. The custodians were once stewards of balance, ensuring harmonious exchange between higher and lower dimensional consciousnesses. But they grew fearful of complexity, of change. They began to value stasis over growth. The book showed entities I assumed were early custodians constructing something vast, a boundary of some kind, a grid that began to separate parts of the united reality from others. They claimed protection as their motive. The entity continued. They spoke of predation, of higher consuming lower, but the truth was simpler. They feared what they could not control. The final images showed the completion of the quantum membrane, reality itself fracturing into countless separated fragments, each isolated from the others. In the aftermath, I could see entities trapped between the fragments, neither fully in one reality nor another. You see now, the entity said as I closed the book. The custodians did not save reality. They shattered it. But which showed me your true form, I argued. I saw what you are, cosmic predators that would consume our world. The quantum viewer shows what its creator intends, a tool of propaganda, nothing more. The entity's swirling form intensified. We offer a different vision. The library around us dissolved, and we were suddenly floating in what appeared to be open space, but not the vacuum of our universe. This was a medium of some kind, filled with luminous patterns and flowing energies that connected everything to everything else. Consciousness made visible, and within this medium were entities of all types, some recognizable as vaguely humanoid, others wholly alien, from the microscopic to the incomprehensibly vast. They weren't consuming each other, but exchanging something. Energy, information, essence. I lacked the vocabulary to describe it. Symbiosis, not predation, the entity explained. In the united reality, all consciousness evolves together. The higher dimensions provide structure and possibility. The lower dimensions provide novel experience and perspective. Both are necessary. Both benefit. And what happens to humans in this symbiosis? I asked. Some remain as they are, their consciousness unchanged but enriched by new awareness. Others evolve, becoming more than they were, expanding into higher dimensional understanding. The choice is individual. But some wouldn't survive the transition, I pressed. Isn't that what you meant by change requires sacrifice? The entity's form pulsed. Some patterns of consciousness cannot adapt to expanded reality, just as some species on your world cannot adapt to environmental change. This is not predation. It is the nature of existence. The vision shifted again, showing Earth, but a transformed Earth. Cities still stood, people still moved through them, but everything was more. Colors beyond the visible spectrum, energies flowing between all living things, consciousness itself visible as auras and connections. And among the humans walked other beings, some appearing as light constructs, others as geometric patterns, others defying description entirely. "This is reunion," the entity said. "Not destruction, not consumption, completion. Why should I believe you over the custodians?" I demanded, "How do I know this isn't an elaborate deception?" "You have heard both stories now. Both cannot be true. One speaks of fear, separation, control. The other of unity, evolution, growth." The swirling pattern that served as the entity's face moved closer to mine. "When you wake, ask the custodian about the bridges that came before you. Ask what became of them once their purpose was served." The dream vision began to fade, the library and the entity dissolving like mist. "Dawn approaches bridge." The voice lingered as everything else disappeared. With it, the thinning intensifies. "You must choose soon. Unite or divide. Heal or harm. Your nature calls to completion. Listen to it, not to fear." I woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in the unfamiliar bed. Moonlight still streamed through the window. I couldn't have been asleep for more than an hour or two. The quantum stabilizer on the nightstand continued its reassuring hum, its blue light steady. But something had changed. I could feel it, a tension in the air, a subtle vibration that had nothing to do with the stabilizer's mechanics. The thinning the entity had mentioned, perhaps the natural weakening of the quantum membrane that both visitors and custodians had referred to. I rose from the bed and moved to the window, looking out at the moonlit forest. The trees stood silent and still, no wind disturbing their branches. Yet something seemed to shimmer between them, not quite a fracture, but a thinness in reality, as if the barrier between worlds was becoming more transparent. A soft knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. "Come in," I called. The door opened to reveal Elena, her expression troubled. "Sorry to wake you, but we think you should come downstairs. Something's happening with the quantum readings." I followed her to the main room, where everyone had gathered around Richard's laptop. A program was running, displaying what looked like seismograph readings, except instead of measuring Earth movements, these tracked quantum fluctuations. "What are we looking at?" I asked. "Quantum membrane integrity measurements," were explained, her usual composure slightly frayed. "We've been tracking the thinning for months, establishing baseline patterns and projections." She pointed to a sharp downward spike on the graph. "This reading came in 10 minutes ago. The membrane is weakening much faster than anticipated." "How much faster?" Richard asked. "We projected the critical threshold, the point where widespread breaches become inevitable, would occur in approximately 3 weeks. Weir's expression was grim. "Based on this new data, we may have less than 72 hours. The implications hit me like physical blow. 3 days before the barrier between our reality and the visitors weakened to the breaking point. Could it be a localized phenomenon?" Marcus suggested, "Perhaps related to our quantum translocation?" We shook her head. "We're receiving similar readings from monitoring stations worldwide. This is global, possibly universal across our reality fragment." "So what happens in 3 days?" I asked, though I feared I knew the answer. "Without intervention, the membrane will reach critical instability," we explained. "Fractures will begin appearing everywhere, not just at traditional weak points. Most will be small, temporary, but some will be large enough for full manifestations. The visitors will emerge into our reality in ever-increasing numbers. And with each breach, the membrane weakens further," Richard added, understanding the cascading nature of the crisis. "A feedback loop of dimensional collapse." Elena looked pale. "Is there anything we can do?" "Yes," Merced, looking directly at me. "With the bridge's help, we can reinforce the weak points in the membrane, potentially reversing the thinning entirely. She paused. But we need to reach a custodian facility with the proper equipment. Our nearest installation is in the Adirondacks, about 3 hours from here by helicopter. The urgency was clear. 3 days until potential catastrophe. Yet my dream lingered in my mind. The alternative history presented by the visitor. The accusation that the custodians were not saviors, but jailers, fragmenting what should be whole. Before I agree to anything, I said carefully, I want answers to some questions. Mr. Weiss, time is critical. Then you should answer quickly. I interrupted. What happened to the other bridges that came before me? The ones you found and recruited? A subtle but noticeable tension passed through Weir's posture. Why do you ask? Just curious about my predecessors. Whether they successfully helped reinforce the membrane, whether they survived the process. Weir studied my face, clearly recognizing this wasn't an idle question. You've been contacted again, haven't you? During your sleep. The visitors reached you through your dreams. Answer the question, please. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Very well. Yes, we've worked with 7 bridges over the past century. For successfully assisted in membrane reinforcement procedures. And the other 3? One refused to cooperate and had to be contained for global security. Another attempted to create a permanent breach and was neutralized. The 3rd died during the reinforcement procedure due to unexpected quantum feedback. And the 4 who cooperated? Where are they now? Another pause. 2 died of natural causes years later. One suffered severe mental deterioration as a side effect of the procedure and is in long-term care. The 4th disappeared 3 years after helping us. We believe the visitors finally located and abducted her. Not exactly a reassuring track record. What are you telling me about the reinforcement procedure, Dr. Weir? What are the risks? All major quantum manipulations carry risk, particularly for the bridge performing them, she admitted. The reinforcement procedure channels vast amounts of quantum energy through your consciousness. It's taxing. Taxing how specifically? There's approximately a 40% chance of significant neural damage, she said clinically, ranging from minor perceptual changes to more severe cognitive impacts. In rare cases, complete dissociation of consciousness from physical form. You're asking me to risk brain damage or worse. I'm asking you to help save billions of lives, Mr. Weiss. Weir's tone hardened, including your own. The alternative is the complete collapse of the quantum membrane and whatever reunion the visitors have planned for our reality. Richard cleared his throat. Perhaps there's a 3rd option? If Daniel can manipulate quantum strings as we've seen, could he potentially stabilize the membrane without using the custodian's equipment? Something less invasive. Theoretically possible, but practically suicidal, we responded. The quantum forces involved would tear an unshielded consciousness apart. Our facilities are designed specifically to channel and buffer these energies. A thought occurred to me. What about distributing the effort? You said there are 2 other active bridges currently. Could the 3 of us working together reduce the individual risk? We looked surprised by the suggestion. It's never been attempted. Our procedures are designed for single-point reinforcement. But, she considered, the mathematics might support such an approach. 3 quantum signatures, properly synchronized, could potentially distribute the load. Then let's do that, I said firmly. Contact the other bridges. Propose the collaborative approach. It would take time to bring them here, to reconfigure our equipment. Then we'd better start now. I cut in, because I'm not agreeing to a procedure with a 40% chance of brain damage if there's a potentially safer alternative. Weir studied me for a long moment. then nodded curtly. I'll contact headquarters immediately to run simulations on a distributed reinforcement procedure and to reach out to the other bridges. She moved away to make her call, her posture radiating controlled frustration. Are you sure about this? Elena asked quietly once it was out of earshot. Delaying could be dangerous if the membrane is weakening as quickly as she says. I'm not sure of anything anymore, I admitted, but I know I'm not rushing into anything without exploring all options, especially when my mind is at stake. Richard adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. There's something else to consider. If the visitors are contacting you in dreams despite the quantum shielding in place, they must be very determined to influence you, which suggests that we're telling the truth about the imminent danger. Marcus finished. They're getting desperate as the deadline approaches. Or that the custodians are lying about something crucial, and the visitors are trying to warn me. I countered. Two competing narratives, both claiming to be the truth. How do we determine which to believe? Elena wondered. I looked toward the window, where the first hint of dawn was lightening the eastern sky. I don't know yet, but what I do know is that I'm not just going to be a tool for either side without understanding what I'm really being asked to do. We returned, her expression unreadable. Headquarters is running simulations on the distributed approach now. They've made contact with a bridge in Buenos Aires, who has agreed to participate if the simulations show viability. They're still attempting to reach the one in Kyoto. How long for the simulations? I asked. 6 to 8 hours for preliminary results. If promising, another 12 for full modeling. Nearly a full day of waiting, while the quantum membrane continued to thin. But it was better than rushing blindly into a procedure that could leave me brain damaged or worse. Then we wait, I decided, and prepare. I want to know everything about how this reinforcement procedure works, the science, the risks, the expected outcomes. No more vague explanations or partial truths. We're nodded stiffly. I'll have the relevant documentation transmitted. But Mr. Weiss, her eyes locked with mine. While you deliberate, the thinning continues. We may not have the luxury of perfect certainty before action becomes necessary. I understand the stakes, Dr. Weir, better than you might think. As the others dispersed to various tasks, Richard and Marcus examining the quantum fluctuation data, Elena preparing breakfast, Weir soldiers maintaining their vigilant perimeter checks, I returned to the window, watching the sunrise paint the mountains in golden light. Somewhere beyond the physical landscape, beyond the dimensions we could perceive, vast entities were waiting, either predators seeking prey, as were insisted, or fragmented beings seeking reunification, as they claimed. And I, somehow, held the power to either admit them or exile them. The weight of that responsibility was staggering. How could any single human being, thrust into awareness of cosmic conflicts and interdimensional politics mere days ago, make such a momentous decision? Yet it seemed I would have to. Bridge. The word took on new significance with each passing hour. Not just a connection between places, but a deciding factor in the fate of reality itself. As the sun cleared the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, I noticed something odd. The shadows didn't move quite right. They seemed to lag slightly behind the objects casting them, as if reality itself was experiencing a desynchronization. The thinning was accelerating, and with it, my window for indecision was rapidly closing. Weir joined me at the window, following my gaze to the strangely behaving shadows. You see it too, she observed. The physical manifestations are beginning. Soon, everyone will notice something is wrong, not just those with quantum perception. How will it appear to ordinary people? Strange phenomena at first. Optical illusions, minor physics anomalies, déjà vu experiences. Then more pronounced effects, Shadow discrepancies like what you're seeing now, auditory hallucinations, time slippages. She sighed softly. In the final stages before full breach, localized reality failures, objects phasing in and out of existence, gravity fluctuations, spontaneous matter reconfiguration. Sounds apocalyptic. It would be, yes, which is why we've never allowed it to progress to that stage. She turned to face me directly. Whatever the visitors told you in your dream, consider this. If their intentions were benevolent, why operate through deception and manipulation? Why possess your colleague Sarah? Why not simply communicate openly from the beginning? It was a fair question, and one I had been pondering myself. Maybe they tried and were prevented. Maybe our perception can't handle their direct communication. Or maybe you're right, and they're simply predators using whatever tactics work. I've dedicated my life to the custodian mission, Mr. Weiss, as did my mother before me, and her father before her. For generations, my family has helped maintain the quantum membrane that protects not just humanity, but countless reality fragments. Her voice carried a passion I hadn't heard from her before. I've seen what happens when significant breaches occur. I've witnessed the aftermath of visitor intrusion. It's not reunification, it's consumption. Show me, I challenged. You have documentation, evidence of previous breaches and their consequences. Show me, and perhaps I'll be convinced. She nodded. That's fair. When the data transmission from headquarters arrives, it will include case files from previous incursions, including visual records. She hesitated. They are not pleasant viewing. I need to see for myself. No more taking either side's word alone. Very well. She checked her watch. The transmission should begin within the hour. In the meantime, I suggest you eat something. Maintaining your physical strength is important, regardless of which path forward you choose. She left me at the window, returning to her soldiers to discuss security arrangements. I remained, watching the disconcerting behavior of the shadows, wondering what other reality distortions would manifest as the day progressed. The smell of coffee and cooking food eventually drew me to the kitchen, where Elena was preparing a substantial breakfast: eggs, preserved bacon, toast with jam, and fresh coffee. The normality of the scene was almost jarring against the backdrop of cosmic crisis. Figured we could all use real food, she said, handing me a mug of coffee. End of the world or not. I smiled despite myself. Thanks. How are you holding up with all this? She considered the question while flipping bacon. Honestly, still processing. 3 days ago, I was an artist who thought she was mentally ill because she saw weird shimmering things in the air. Now I'm in my family's cabin with quantum physicists, soldiers, and a person who can apparently tear holes in reality, trying to prevent an interdimensional apocalypse. She shrugged. So, been better. Her matter-of-fact gallows humor was oddly comforting. For what it's worth, I've been seeing those weird shimmering things my whole life too. Never thought I'd end up being the linchpin in a cosmic showdown. Life's funny that way, she agreed, sliding a plate of food in front of me. So what are you going to do about the whole bridge thing? I poked at the eggs with my fork, still deciding, waiting to see if this distributed approach is viable. If it is, and it's significantly safer. You'll help the custodians reinforce the membrane? Probably. Despite my misgivings about Weir and her organization, I can't ignore the risks of doing nothing. I took a bite of toast, but I want all the information first. No blind trust. Elena nodded thoughtfully. Smart. Trust should be earned, not demanded. She glanced toward the main room, where Richard was explaining something to Marcus, both bent over the laptop display. For what it's worth, I think Richard and Marcus trust you to make the right call. whatever that ends up being. And you, a small smile. I trust you're doing your best in an impossible situation. Can't really ask for more than that. Our conversation was interrupted as we're hurried into the kitchen, her satellite phone in hand. The simulation results are coming in earlier than expected, she announced. And there's a development with the bridge in Kyoto. What kind of development? I asked, setting down my fork. They can't reach her. Her apartment is empty, her quantum signature gone. Weir's expression was grave. The local custodian office reports signs of a significant quantum disturbance at her last known location. They believe she may have been taken by the visitors. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Taken how? Physically, unknown, but her disappearance complicates the distributed approach significantly. Richard joined us, having overheard. What about the bridge in Buenos Aires? Are they still on board? Yes, and they're being transported to our Patagonia facility now. We're hesitated, but the preliminary simulation results with just 2 bridges are concerning. The quantum load would be significantly higher than with 3, possibly exceeding safe parameters for both participants. So we're back to the original plan, I concluded, me alone, with a 40% risk of neural damage. Not necessarily, Richard interjected. If we had more time to prepare, to modify the equipment. We don't have more time. We're cut in, gesturing toward the window. Look, outside, the shadow anomalies had intensified. Now objects were casting multiple shadows in different directions, some moving in ways that had nothing to do with the sun's position. More disturbingly, small fractures had begun to appear in the air around the tree line, tiny, shimmering tears that winked in and out of existence. The thinning is accelerating beyond our models, was said grimly. At this rate, we may not even have 72 hours. Before anyone could respond, Cooper burst into the kitchen, his weapon drawn. Ma'am, we've got movement in the trees. Multiple signatures, closing fast. Visitors, Elena asked, fear evident in her voice. No, Cooper replied, his professional calm slightly fractured. People. What wrong? We rushed to the windows. At first, I saw nothing but the forest and the increasingly strange behavior of light and shadow among the trees. Then movement caught my eye, figures emerging from the tree lane, approaching the cabin. They were human in basic shape, but their movements were jerky, uncoordinated, as if they weren't fully in control of their bodies. Men and women of various ages, dressed in ordinary hiking clothes, but with a critical difference. Their faces bore the now familiar spiral patterns of visitor possession. Proxies, was spat the word. Humans partially possessed by visitor consciousness. They used them as physical anchors in our reality. There must be 20 of them, Marcus observed, counting the advancing figures. How did they find us? Elena asked. I thought the quantum stabilizers were masking our location. They were confirmed grimly, which means the thinning has progressed to the point where such protections are becoming ineffective. Rodriguez joined us at the window, his weapon already aimed at the approaching proxies. Orders, ma'am, were hesitated only briefly. Defensive positions. Non-lethal measures if possible. These are still humans, even if temporarily controlled. But our priority is protecting the bridge. Wait, I interjected. Maybe we should try communicating with them first. Find out what they want. We know what they want, Mr. Weiss. You, as if to confirm Weir's assessment, the proxies stopped about 50 yards from the cabin, forming an uneven semicircle. One stepped forward, a middle-aged man in hiking boots and a flannel shirt, his face bearing the largest spiral pattern among them. Bridge, came that familiar vibration voice, using the man's vocal cords, but resonating in a way no human voice could. The thinning accelerates beyond containment. The custodians deceive you still. The window for choice narrows. What do you want? I call through the window, ignoring Weir's restraining hand on my arm, to show you truth beyond dreams, to complete your understanding before you choose. The proxy's head tilted at an uncomfortable angle. Come out, speak with US directly, or remain in ignorance and fear. It's a trap, we're hissed. They want to take you, just as they took the bridge in Kyoto. Perhaps she was right, but something in me rebelled against making world-altering decisions from a place of partial knowledge and fear. If there was a chance to gain more understanding, to see beyond the competing narratives of visitors and custodians, I'll talk to them, I decided, but not alone and not unprotected. I gestured to the quantum suit I still wore. This protects against direct quantum manipulation, right? Against possession. Theoretically, we're acknowledged reluctantly, but we've never tested it against a concentrated effort by multiple entities. Then let's not give them the opportunity for a concentrated effort. I'll stay on the porch with your soldiers providing cover. If they make any move to swarm me or attack, I retreat immediately. It looked like she wanted to object further, but instead nodded curtly. Cooper Rodriguez, tactical positions with clear lines of sight. Non-lethal rounds first, but switched to quantum-stabilized ammunition at the first sign of aggressive movement. She turned to me. 5 minutes. No more. Understood. As the soldiers moved into position, Richard approached me. Be careful, he said quietly. Whatever they tell you, remember that they've been trapped in the void between realities for eons. Their perspective may be warped by that experience. I nodded, appreciating his concern. I'll keep that in mind. With a deep breath, I moved to the cabin's front door. Weir's hand on the locking mechanism was the last opportunity to reconsider, but I nodded for her to proceed. The door swung open, revealing the porch and, beyond it, the semicircle of waiting proxies. The air outside felt strange, thinner somehow, charged with an energy that made the hairs on my arms stand up despite the quantum suit's protection. The shadows around the cabin writhed like living things, and small fractures winked in and out of existence, randomly across the landscape. I stepped onto the porch, but went no further. The proxy spokesman remained in his forward position, the others standing unnaturally still behind him. I'm listening, I called. What truth do you want to show me? The custodians speak of protection, of sacrifice to preserve reality. They show you images of consumption and predation. The proxy's voice distorted on certain syllables, as if the human vocal cords struggled to produce the sounds required. But they do not show you their true purpose, which is control, power. The quantum membrane does not merely separate IT harvests. Harvests what? Energy, consciousness. The barrier between realities feeds on both, extracting potential from all it separates. The proxy's head tilted again, unnaturally far. Why do you think bridges are so valuable to them? You are not tools of reinforcement. You are batteries. A chill ran through me. What do you mean? The procedure they propose will not merely risk your mind. It will consume it. Your quantum signature, your unique consciousness, absorb into the membrane to power it for decades. This is the fate of all bridges they acquire. That's a lie, were called from the doorway behind me. Don't listen to them. But doubts had already taken root, or had admitted that previous bridges had suffered mental deterioration or disappeared entirely. What if that wasn't a side effect, but the intended outcome? The proxy seemed to sense my uncertainty. We offer proof, not merely words. Approach. Touch this one's hand. See the truth of the custodian's design. Don't, we're warned. Physical contact could allow quantum transference, bypassing your suit's protection. I hesitated, torn between competing claims and fears. Why should I trust you? You possess humans against their will. You attacked us at the lighthouse. Necessity, not desire, the proxy replied. This form volunteered for temporary service. All here offered themselves once they understood the truth. He gestured to the others behind him. Ask them. They can speak independently of you. I asked skeptically, imperfectly, but yes. I pointed to a young woman near the edge of the group. Were you coerced into this? The woman's spiral face pattern dimmed slightly, and her expression became more human, though still unsettlingly blank. I was hiking, found a shimmering in the air. It showed me things, the truth. I offered to help. Her voice was flat but recognizably her own. It's temporary, not possession. Sharing. I indicated an older man. And you. Been seeing the tears all my life. He responded in a gravelly voice. Thought I was crazy. Until they spoke to me 3 days ago. Showed me what's coming. What the custodians really are. A flickering of emotion crossed his face. They're lying to you, son. About everything. I looked at several others who shared similar stories. All claimed to be voluntary hosts, temporary vessels for the visitors to communicate. All insisted the custodians were deceiving me. But why would we lie? What would the custodians gain by sacrificing bridges rather than using them as willing allies? Unless, the thinning isn't natural, is it? I asked Weir, turning back to face her. It's not a cyclical weakening. It's degradation. The quantum membrane is failing because it can't sustain itself indefinitely. Weir's expression confirmed my suspicion before she could compose herself. It's more complicated than that, she began. But essentially correct, the proxy interjected. The artificial separation of realities is unsustainable. Entropy increases. The membrane requires ever more energy to maintain itself. Bridge consciousness provides that energy. We aren't sacrificing you, we argued, stepping onto the porch beside me. The procedure does utilize your quantum resonance signature, yes. There's a transfer of energy. But it's not consumption, it's transformation. Your consciousness would become part of the membrane itself. Transcendent, protective. Becoming part of the membrane wasn't mentioned in your 40% risk assessment, I pointed out coldly, because it's not a risk, it's a certainty. But it's not death, Mr. Weiss. It's ascension to a higher purpose. The proxy made a sound that might have been laughter. Listen to the language of cults and dictators. Sacrifice for the greater good. Ascension through surrender. The custodians have used such manipulation for millennia. The contradiction of competing truths was maddening. Both sides claiming to protect reality. Both accusing the other of deception. Both wanting to use me for their own purposes. Enough, I said finally. I need evidence, not accusations. If you truly want me to understand, show me something concrete. Something beyond words and claims. The proxy nodded. A fair request. It turned to the young woman I'd spoken to earlier. Amanda will show you. The woman stepped forward, her movements becoming more natural as the spiral pattern on her face dimmed further. She stopped at the base of the porch steps and held out her hand, and it was a small object, what looked like a smooth black stone. A quantum resonance key, she explained, her voice now fully her own. It contains the stored consciousness of a bridge who was consumed by the custodian's procedure. Her name was Sophia Reyes. She was the bridge in Buenos Aires before the current one. That's impossible, or snapped. Sophia Reyes died of quantum feedback during the reinforcement procedure 8 years ago. Her body died, Amanda corrected. Her consciousness was absorbed into the membrane. but a fragment escaped was preserved. She wants to speak with you. She placed a stone on the lowest step. Touch it. Hear her story. Or move to block me. This is clearly a trap. A method of quantum infection bypassing your suit's protections. Perhaps she was right, but I was tired of being pulled between competing narratives, without the means to determine truth. If this stone contained actual evidence, a first-hand account from a previous bridge, I'll take that risk, I decided, stepping around where despite her protests. I descended the porch steps and bent to retrieve the stone. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, vibrating slightly like the quantum viewer had shown me. As my fingers closed around it, the vibration intensified, resonating through my arm and into my chest. And then I heard a voice, not the alien vibration speech of the visitors, but a human voice, woman speaking directly into my mind. "Bridge," she said, her mental voice tinged with a Spanish accent. My name was Sophia Reyes. I was like you. They told me I would help save reality. They didn't tell me the cost. Images accompanied her words, memories of a custodian facility, similar to what we had described. Sophisticated equipment surrounding a central chamber. Sophia connected to machines, channeling her quantum abilities as instructed. Then pain, unimaginable pain as her consciousness was stretched, thinned, absorbed into something vast and hungry. Not death, as we had claimed, but a kind of living consumption, aware but diffuse, spread across the quantum membrane like butter across too much bread, powering its continued existence. They harvest us, Sophia's voice continued. They have done so for centuries, bridge after bridge, feeding the membrane they created, an artificial barrier that requires constant energy to maintain itself against the natural order of reality. More images flashed through my mind, other bridges throughout history, their consciousness similarly consumed. Men and women of different eras and origins, all led to the same fate, some willing, believing the custodian's promises of transcendence, others tricked or coerced. The thinning is not a natural cycle, Sophia explained. It is the membrane failing, acquiring new energy, and you are to be its next meal, unless you choose differently, unless you help heal reality instead of perpetuating its fragmentation. The connection broke as suddenly as it had formed, leaving me gasping on the porch steps, the stone now cool in my hand. I looked up to see everyone watching me intently. We're in the soldiers' tents and ready to intervene, the proxies waiting with unnatural stillness, Richard and the others observing anxiously from the doorway. What did you see? We're demanded. I stood slowly, my mind reeling from the implications of Sophia's memories. If what she showed me was true, the custodians had been lying about the most fundamental aspects of their mission, not preserving reality, but maintaining an artificial and failing separation that required constant sacrifice to sustain. But that was a massive if. This could still be an elaborate deception by the visitors, designed to turn me against the only people actively working to prevent a full-scale invasion. I need time to process what I saw, I said finally, neither confirming nor denying the stone's revelations. The proxy spokesman nodded. Consider what you have learned, but do not delay too long. The thinning accelerates. Soon choice will give way to chaos. He gestured to the others behind him. We will withdraw now, but remain nearby. When you are ready to speak again, simply call. With that, the proxies turned as one and began walking back toward the tree-line, their movements becoming progressively more disjointed as they retreated, as if the coordination necessary to appear human was no longer worth maintaining. I returned to the porch, the stone still clutched in my hand, where I eyed it with open suspicion. Whatever it showed you was a fabrication, she said firmly. The visitors are masters of perceptual manipulation. Like the quantum viewer you showed me? I countered. That could have been equally manipulative. The difference is intent, Mr. Weiss. Our goal is protection. Theirs is invasion. So you both claim. I pocketed the stone, ignoring Weir's disapproving look. I need to confer with the others. Privately. Before she could object, I walked past her into the cabin, where Richard, Marcus, and Elena waited anxiously. What happened out there? Richard asked as soon as we was out of earshot, the soldiers having remained outside to maintain watch. I recounted everything, the proxy's claims about the true purpose of the reinforcement procedure, the stone, Sophia Reyes's memories of being consumed by the quantum membrane. Could it be true? Elena asked when I finished. Are the custodians really harvesting bridges to power some artificial barrier? It's not impossible from a theoretical perspective, Richard admitted reluctantly. The quantum membrane, if artificial, would require enormous energy to maintain, and consciousness with quantum superposition properties would be an ideal power source. But the alternative is letting these visitors through, Marcus pointed out. Entities that, by Daniel's own account through the quantum viewer, appeared as massive predatory beings. Unless that view was manipulated, I countered, as the visitors claim. We fell silent, each contemplating the impossible choice before us. Trust the custodians, potentially sacrificing my consciousness to maintain an artificial separation of realities, or trust the visitors, risking the potential consumption of our entire reality if their promises of benevolent reunion proved false. There's another option, Elena said suddenly. You don't have to choose either side. You have abilities neither of them can replicate. What if you found a third path? What kind of third path? I asked, intrigued. I don't know exactly, but you created a quantum doorway between locations in our reality. You manipulated the quantum strings directly. Maybe there's a way to stabilize the thinning without either reinforcing the membrane the way the custodians want or allowing full collapse as the visitors desire. Something in between. It was an appealing thought, rejecting both sides' agendas in favor of a solution that didn't require blind trust in either. But did such a middle path even exist? And could I discover it before the accelerating thinning rendered the point moot? It's worth considering, Richard agreed. But we'd need time, equipment, data. All things we don't have in abundance, Marcus observed grimly, gesturing toward the windows, where the quantum distortions in the landscape were visibly intensifying. Shadows now moved entirely independently of their casting objects, and the small fractures in the air had grown both in size and number. A sudden commotion outside drew our attention. Cooper burst through the door, his professional composure cracked by urgency. Multiple contacts approaching from the north, he reported. Helicopter signatures. 3, maybe 4 craft. Custodian reinforcements? Richard suggested. Were entered, already checking her weapons. Not ours. We had no extraction team scheduled for another 6 hours. She turned to Cooper. Hostile classification. Unknown, ma'am. They're running dark. No transponders, no communication. A cold certainty settled in my stomach. It's the other faction of visitors, isn't it? The ones like the Observer that possessed Sarah. Possibly, were acknowledged, or human agents working for them. Either way, we need to move. Now, she began issuing rapid orders to her soldiers. Secure transport route. Emergency extraction protocol beta. Wait, I interrupted. What's happening? We're leaving, she stated flatly. The cabin is compromised. We have a secondary safe house 50 miles from here, deeper in the mountains. More isolated, better quantum shielding. And if I don't want to go with you, I challenged. If I'm not convinced the custodians are the saviors you claim to be? Weir's expression hardened. Mr. Weiss, I've indulged your doubts and questions despite the urgency of our situation. But we've reached the critical point. The thinning is accelerating beyond projected models. Multiple hostile factions are converging on our location. If you truly care about the fate of this reality, about the billions of lives at stake, you will come with us now and continue this philosophical debate when we're secure. She had a point, regardless of whose version of the truth I ultimately believed. Staying here with unknown hostiles approaching was tactically unsound. Fine, I conceded. But this isn't over. I'm not committing to your reinforcement procedure until I have more answers. Noted. Replied tersely. Now gather only essential items. We leave in 3 minutes. As the cabin erupted into organized chaos, Cooper and Rodriguez, securing the perimeter, were coordinating with their headquarters via satellite phone. Everyone else hastily gathering belongings. I found myself beside the window again, staring out at the increasingly unstable reality. The stone in my pocket seemed to pulse with warmth, as if Sophia's consciousness fragment was trying to communicate again. The quantum viewer, where it's shown me, had depicted the visitors as predatory cosmic entities. Sophia's memories portrayed the custodians as harvesters of bridge consciousness. Both could be manipulation, both could be truth, and I had to decide, and soon, which version of reality to believe, because the thinning waited for no one's certainty, and the membrane between worlds was coming apart at the seams. Chapter 5. The Nature of the Bridge. The quantum suit fit surprisingly well, considering it hadn't been made for me. The silvery material was lightweight but had an unsettling quality, slightly too cool against my skin, with a faint vibration like a phone set to silent. Richard helped me seal the gloves to the sleeves and showed me how to operate the helmet's retraction mechanism. Once the helmet is deployed, we'll have about 4 hours of filtered air, he explained. The material should prevent direct quantum manipulation of your biology, but it won't stop physical attacks. If one of them tries to grab you. Run, I finished. Got it. While Richard prepared the suit, Marcus had been setting up what looked like a miniature version of the workstation from Richard's study. The same equipment they'd used to help me visualize and manipulate the quantum probability strings. We'll start your training here, in the shelter, Marcus said, where it's safe. Once you demonstrate basic control, we can consider venturing outside. What about the visitors? I asked. Won't they sense what we're doing? The shelter's quantum shielding should prevent that, Elena answered, though she didn't sound entirely confident. As long as you don't actually create a fracture, they shouldn't be able to detect your practice attempts. I sat in the chair Marcus had positioned, allowing him to attach the neural sensors to my temples. More difficult now with the suit's collar in the way. The process is straightforward, at least in theory, Marcus explained. The headset will allow you to visualize the quantum probability strings. Your goal is to learn to manipulate them deliberately, gathering them without creating a full fracture, then releasing them in a controlled manner. Like learning to hold your breath underwater, Richard added. We want you to approach the threshold without crossing it. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. And if I accidentally create a fracture in here? Close it immediately, Elena said firmly, before anything can sense it or use it. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on my shoulders. If I failed, if I created a fracture and couldn't close it, I would be bringing those horrors directly into our only sanctuary. Whenever you're ready, Marcus said, holding the headset. I took a deep breath and nodded. He lowered the device over my eyes, and once again, the world transformed into a wireframe grid that quickly populated with glowing threads, the quantum probability strings that formed the foundation of reality. Good. Richard's voice came through the headset speakers. Now, very gently, try to gather a few of the strings, just like you did upstairs, but with more restraint. I raised my hand, watching as the nearby strings bent slightly toward my fingertips. Rather than grasping them as I had before, I merely let my fingers hover near them, creating a subtle attraction. The strings curved gracefully, responding to my presence, but maintained their general position in the quantum field. Excellent, Marcus encouraged. Now try to increase the attraction, but very gradually. I focused my intention, imagining the strings bending further toward my hand. They responded, curving more dramatically, several of them now touching my fingertips with their luminous filaments. The sensation was extraordinary, like touching the finest silk threads charged with gentle electricity. I could feel each one as a distinct presence, a unique pattern of probability and potential. Your neural readings are stabilizing, Elena reported from somewhere beyond my field of vision. You're adapting to the quantum interaction. Now the crucial part, Richard instructed. Try to gather several strings together, but stop before they begin to coalesce. This was the dangerous moment, where before I had accidentally created a fracture. I moved my fingers in a slow gathering motion, watching as perhaps a dozen strings began to cluster together. I could feel resistance, like magnets pushing against each other. As the strings grew closer, "There's a threshold," I said, surprised by the clarity of my perception. "I can feel it, a point where they'll collapse into each other and create a discontinuity." "That's the fracture point," Richard confirmed. "Hold them just below that threshold." I maintained the strings in their gathered but separate state, feeling the strain of keeping them from their natural tendency to either merge or spring apart. It was like holding two powerful magnets near each other, a constant tension that required precise control. "Now, very slowly release them," Marcus instructed. "Let them return to their natural positions." Carefully, I relaxed my focus, allowing the gathered strings to separate. They sprang back to their original configurations, the potential fracture averted. "Perfect," Richard said, the relief evident in his voice. "That's exactly the control we're looking for." "Let's try again," I suggested, surprised by my own eagerness. "I want to get closer to the threshold this time." Over the next hour, I practiced gathering and releasing the quantum strings, each time approaching the fracture threshold more closely without crossing it. The process was mentally exhausting but exhilarating, like learning to control a muscle you never knew you had. "I think I'm ready to try creating and closing a fracture," I finally said. A hesitant silence followed my declaration. "Are you certain?" Marcus asked. "Once you create even a small fracture, the visitors might sense it, shielding or not." "We need to know if I can close them," I argued. "That's the whole point of this training, isn't it? To send these things back and repair the damage?" Another silence, then Richard's voice, tense but resolved. "He's right. Let's proceed, but with extreme caution. Create the smallest possible fracture you can manage." I nodded, though they couldn't see it through the headset. Focusing once more on the quantum strings, I gathered a small cluster, perhaps half a dozen, and deliberately pushed them past the threshold I'd been avoiding. The effect was immediate. The strings collapsed into each other, their individual patterns merging into a single distortion in the quantum field. In the wireframe visualization, a small tear appeared, no larger than my thumb, with darkness visible beyond. "Fracture formed," Elena reported, her voice tight with anxiety. "Quantum displacement registering on monitors." "Now close it," Richard urged. Quickly, I reached toward the tiny fracture, trying to grasp its edges. But unlike the strings, which had physical presence to my perception, the fracture itself was an absence, a hole in the fabric of reality. My attempts to manipulate it directly failed, my fingers passing through the void without effect. "I can't grab it," I said, panic rising. "There's nothing to hold on to." "The strings," Marcus suggested urgently. Try manipulating the strings around the fracture, not the fracture itself. I shifted my focus to the quantum strings that bordered the tear. They were distorted, stretched toward the void like water circling a drain. I attempted to grasp these edge strings, to pull them back to their natural positions. To my relief, they responded, allowing me to gently tug them away from the fracture's edge. As I restored their natural configuration, the tear began to shrink, reality knitting itself back together where the strings resumed their proper alignment. "It's working," I reported, continuing the careful process. The fracture is closing. With a final adjustment of the surrounding strings, the tear sealed completely, the quantum field returning to its normal pattern of probability paths. Fracture closed, Elena confirmed. Quantum field stabilizing. I removed the headset, blinking as my eyes readjusted to the normal light of the shelter. The faces looking back at me were a mixture of relief and new concern. "What?" I asked. "Did something happen?" "The moment you created the fracture, all the security monitors went dead," Richard explained, gesturing to the blank screens, even the ones that were working before. "And the temperature dropped about 10 degrees, Elena added, rubbing her arms. "Just for a few seconds, but noticeably." "They sensed it," Marcus concluded grimly. "Even through the shelter shielding, they detected your manipulation of the quantum field." "But I closed it," I pointed out, "successfully. That's what matters, right?" "It confirms you have the ability," Richard acknowledged. "But it also confirms they can track your quantum signature, regardless of our precautions. Which means..." A sudden, violent banging interrupted him, not from the door this time, but from all around us. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor vibrated with impacts from what sounded like dozens of fists pounding in unison. "They know exactly where we are," Elena whispered. The pounding continued for nearly a minute, then stopped as suddenly as it had begun. In the silence that followed, a new sound emerged, a faint scratching, like nails on metal, coming from the ventilation system. "That's not possible," Richard insisted, staring at the air duct in the ceiling. "The ducts are 6 inches wide and run through solid concrete. Nothing could." The vent cover exploded outward, and something poured through the opening. Not a solid form, but a swirling, smoke-like substance that coalesced in the center of the room. The cloud twisted and compacted, taking on colors that hurt to look at directly, until it formed into a vaguely humanoid shape with that now familiar spiral pattern where a face should be. Bridge. It vibrated, sound bypassing my ears and resonating directly in my skull. "You begin to understand your function. Get behind me," Richard shouted, pushing me back while Elena and Marcus moved protectively to my sides. The visitor made no move to attack. It simply hovered there, its form rippling like disturbed water. "What do you want?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "To complete the Great Migration," it replied. "The thinning is upon us. The way must be opened." "Migration," Marcus echoed. "You mean invasion." The entity's spiral face pattern rotated, creating a dizzying effect. "Your words are inadequate. We do not invade. We reclaim. This reality was once joined with ours before the Great Severance." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean, reclaim? Are you saying our realities were once connected? One reality, separated by those who feared the whole. They created the quantum membrane to divide what should be united. You, Bridge, are the key to healing this ancient wound." Marcus stepped forward, his academic curiosity seemingly overcoming his fear. "Who separated the realities? When?" "The custodians. Before your kind evolved consciousness. They feared the complexity of the whole and created simplified fragments. realities where limited physical laws could prevail. The entity's form rippled more violently. We were trapped in the between, neither here nor there. For eons we have sought reunion. If what you're saying is true, Richard interjected, why the deception? Why possess our colleague? Why not simply communicate your intentions? Many of your kind react with fear and violence to our appearance, and the custodians still work to maintain the separation. They would intervene if our purpose was known too soon. The custodians? I asked. Who are they? Entities who believe reality should remain fragmented, who fear the restoration of the whole. They have agents in your world, watchers, guardians. The entity's spiral face seemed to fix on me with terrible focus. They will try to use you to reinforce the membrane, not heal it. You must resist them, Bridge. This was too much information, too many revelations at once. Entities called custodians, who had somehow split reality itself. The visitors, or whatever they truly were, claiming to be victims of this cosmic partition. And me, somehow central to both sides' plans. I don't believe you, I said finally. If reuniting our realities is so benevolent, why possess Sarah? Why attack us? The one you call Sarah offered herself. She understood the necessity of direct communication. As for aggression, we have shown remarkable restraint. We could have taken all of you, yet we wait. We seek cooperation, not conquest. That's not what it looked like when you chased us into this shelter, Elena countered. The entity's form shimmered, almost like a shrug. You fled from your purpose, Bridge. We merely pursued. Assuming any of this is true, Richard said, his scientist's mind clearly working through the implications. What exactly would reuniting our realities entail? What would happen to our world? Transformation, the entity replied simply. The restoration of complexity. Physical laws would expand. Possibilities would multiply. Consciousness would evolve. And humans, I pressed. What happens to us in this transformation? A pause, the spiral rotating more slowly. Some would adapt, others would not. Change requires sacrifice. The cold calculation in those words chilled me more than any overt threat could have. This wasn't malevolence. It was something perhaps more frightening. Utter indifference to our survival. So you're talking about the extinction of humanity. I translated. Packaged as cosmic evolution. Partial extinction occurs constantly in your reality. Species fade, new ones emerge. The pattern is natural. Not to us it isn't, Elena snapped. The entity's form began to lose cohesion, wisps of its substance streaming back toward the ventilation duct. You will understand in time, Bridge. The thinning progresses. Soon you will feel the pull of your true purpose. We will wait. With that, the entity dissolved completely, its strange matter disappearing back through the vent, which bent back into place with a metallic groan. We stood in stunned silence for several moments. Well, Richard finally said, that was informative. And terrifying, Elena added. They're talking about the end of humanity as a necessary sacrifice for their cosmic reunion. Assuming they're telling the truth at all, Marcus cautioned. This could be an elaborate deception to gain Daniel's cooperation. I sat heavily in a nearby chair, my mind reeling. What if they're right about some of it? What if there are these custodians, and they did split reality? What if I am some kind of cosmic repair tool? Even if that's true, Richard said firmly, that casual dismissal of human extinction makes their agenda clear enough. They want to use you to destroy the world as we know it. But now we know more, Marcus pointed out, about the nature of the fractures, about these custodians, about Daniel's potential role. Information we can use. Use how? Elena demanded. We're still trapped in this shelter with those things waiting outside. Not necessarily trapped. I said slowly, an idea forming. If I can create fractures and close them, maybe I can create one that leads somewhere else. A doorway not to their reality, but to another location in ours. Richard's eyes widened, like a quantum teleportation system. In theory, it could work. The fractures are essentially tears in space-time. They don't have to connect our reality to theirs. They could connect 2 points within our own continuum. But you'd need coordinates, Marcus objected. Some way to target the exit point. Otherwise, you could open a doorway to anywhere. The vacuum of space, the center of the Earth. The quantum visualization system, I suggested. Couldn't we modify it to map specific locations? To let me see where I'm creating the exit point? Richard considered this. It would require significant reprogramming. But yes, in theory we could map GPS coordinates to quantum string configurations. Then that's our plan. I decided. We modify the system. I create a controlled fracture to a safe location far from here, and we escape. Then we find these custodians and get their side of the story before deciding what to do next. It will take time to program the modifications, Richard warned. Several hours at least. Then we'd better get started. How long until our air recycling system needs to cycle? About 8 hours, Elena answered. After that, the quality will begin to degrade. I nodded. Then we have our deadline. 8 hours to create a quantum escape route, or we face whatever's waiting for us outside that door. As Richard and Marcus set to work modifying the system, I sat quietly, contemplating the entity's words. The bridge, the thinning, the great severance, terms that had meant nothing to me yesterday now weighed on me with cosmic significance. Was I truly meant to reunite sundered realities? Or was I being manipulated by beings so alien they viewed human extinction as a mere evolutionary adjustment? And somewhere out there were these custodians, entities powerful enough to split reality itself, who apparently had agents in our world. Were they truly protectors, or just another faction in some incomprehensible cosmic struggle? I looked down at my hands, now gloved in the quantum-resistant material. These ordinary human hands that could somehow manipulate the fundamental strings of reality. A terrible thought occurred to me. What if neither the visitors nor the custodians had my best interests at heart? What if I was simply a tool to both sides? A cosmic crowbar to either pry realities apart or force them together? As Richard and Marcus worked feverishly on their modifications, I made a silent promise to myself. Whatever power I possessed, whatever role I was meant to play in this conflict between cosmic forces, I would use it on my own terms. Not as the bridge, but as Daniel Weiss, a human being with the right to determine his own destiny, and the destiny of the reality I called home. Chapter 6, Quantum Escape. Time moved strangely in the windowless shelter. The only indicators of its passage were the digital clock on the wall and the growing tension in my shoulders as I watched Richard and Marcus work. They'd commandeered 2 workstations, lines of code flowing across their screens as they reprogrammed the quantum visualization system. "How's it coming?" I asked, after what the clock told me was nearly 3 hours of silence. "Getting there," Richard replied without looking up. "We're mapping GPS coordinates to quantum string configurations. It's like creating a translation dictionary between 2 completely different languages." Elena had been inventorying our supplies, perhaps preparing for the possibility that the reprogramming wouldn't be completed in time. "Where should we target the exit point?" she asked, assuming this works at all. "Somewhere isolated," Marcus suggested, away from population centers. If the visitors can track Daniel's quantum manipulation, they'll follow us through. "My family has a cabin in the White Mountains," Elena offered, "about 3 hours north of here by car. Remote, well stocked with supplies, and I have the access codes." Richard nodded. Perfect. I'll need the exact coordinates. As Elena provided the details, I found myself drawn to the shelter's small bathroom, needing a moment alone. The face that greeted me in the mirror looked haggard, dark circles under my eyes, several days' worth of stubble, and a haunted expression that I barely recognized as my own. The bridge. The phrase echoed in my mind, along with the entity's words about the great severance and realities that were once united. Was any of it true? Was I truly some cosmic key designed to reunite sundered dimensions? I splashed water on my face, trying to clear my thoughts. As I reached for a towel, I caught a glimpse of something in a mirror that made my blood freeze. Behind my reflection, just over my shoulder, a fracture, small but distinct, hovering in the air where nothing had been moments before. I spun around, but the bathroom was empty. No fracture in the actual space. Turning back to the mirror, I saw it was still there in the reflection, growing slowly larger. "Guys," I called, my voice tight with alarm. "We have a problem." They rushed to the bathroom doorway, crowding behind me to see what had frightened me. "Impossible," Richard breathed, staring at the mirror. "The shelter's quantum shielding should prevent any fractures from forming." "It's not actually here," I explained. "It's only in the reflection. I can't see it when I turn around." "A reflection fracture," Marcus murmured. "They're using the mirror as a window, just like Darius did with his circle of mirrors." As we watched, the fracture in the mirror widened further, and a familiar spiral pattern began to form within it, the face of a visitor. "Bridge," came that vibration voice, emanating from the mirror itself. "The thinning accelerates. Your time grows short." "What do you want?" I demanded, stepping closer to the mirror despite Richard's restraining hand on my shoulder. "To show you truth." The custodians approach. "They sense your awakening." The spiral pattern in the mirror shifted, the fracture widening until it filled most of the reflective surface. But instead of seeing the bathroom reflected back, the mirror now showed a different scene entirely. The interior of what appeared to be a sleek, modern laboratory. Men and women in white uniforms moved with purpose among advanced equipment I couldn't identify. "Observe the agents of severance," the voice continued. "They prepare to contain you." The view in the mirror zoomed in on one of the figures, a tall, stern-looking woman with silver hair tied back in a severe bun. She was speaking to someone off-screen, her expression intense. "We've triangulated the bridge's position." The woman's voice came clearly through the mirror, as if she were in the room with us. "Team Alpha is en route for extraction. The quantum fluctuations suggest he's beginning to manifest abilities. Containment protocols are authorized." "Who is she?" Elena whispered. "Dr. Eliza Weir," the voice answered. "Chief custodian of your reality fragment, the one who has hunted bridges for centuries." The scene shifted again, now showing what appeared to be a tactical team boarding helicopters. Heavily armed soldiers in black armor with an unfamiliar insignia on their shoulders, a circle bisected by a jagged line. "They come for you now, Bridge. Not to help, to imprison, to use your power to reinforce the membrane, to ensure realities remain forever sundered." "Why should we believe you?" Marcus challenged. "This could be a deception to pressure Daniel into helping you." "Belief is irrelevant. Observe for yourself." The mirror shifted again, now showing a satellite view of what I recognized as the Massachusetts coastline, zooming in rapidly to show the area around the lighthouse. 3 black helicopters were approaching from the south. "Those could be any helicopters," Richard argued. "You could be showing us anything." "Listen," Elena said suddenly, her head tilted. "Do you hear that?" We fell silent, and in the distance, barely audible through the shelter's thick walls and ventilation system, came the distinctive sound of helicopter rotors. "They're real," I whispered. Someone is coming. The custodians will tell you we are destroyers. The voice continued. That reunion means extinction. Half-truths to maintain their power. The choice approaches bridge. Remember what you have seen. With that, the fracture in the mirror shrank rapidly and vanished, leaving only our own shocked reflections staring back. We need to accelerate the plan, Richard said, already rushing back to the workstations. If there are indeed armed forces converging on this location, armed forces who might be humanity's defenders against interdimensional invasion, Marcus countered. We should wait, see what they have to say. And if they're exactly what the visitors showed us? Elena asked. People who want to imprison Daniel use him as a tool. The sound of helicopters grew louder, now unmistakable even through the shelter's insulation. We're out of time for debate, I decided. Richard, how close are you to completing the modifications? 90%, maybe less. I need another 30 minutes at minimum. The ceiling above us suddenly reverberated with heavy thuds, the sound of multiple impacts on the roof of the house above. They've landed, Elena said unnecessarily. More sounds followed, the muffled popping of what might have been small explosions or gunfire, then heavy footsteps moving through the house above us. They're breaching the house, Marcus observed. But how did they find us? The lighthouse isn't on any public records. Elena's family has owned it for generations under a shell company. The same way the visitors found us, Richard suggested grimly. They can track Daniel's quantum signature. My mind raced. If these newcomers, these custodians or their agents, could track my quantum signature, they'd find the shelter eventually. And unlike the visitors, they wouldn't need to possess someone to open the reinforced doors. They'd have explosives, cutting tools, whatever was necessary to breach our sanctuary. Keep working on the program, I told Richard. We need that escape route. I just hope we can complete it before they find the entrance to the shelter. As if in direct response to my words, a new sound reached us. The heavy metallic clank of the freezer above being moved aside, revealing the first security door. They found the entrance, Elena whispered. A moment later, an electronic chirping came from the security panel beside our final door. Someone was attempting to bypass the locking mechanism. That's impossible, Richard protested. The security system uses a proprietary code that changes every 60 seconds. They can't possibly. The chirping stopped, replaced by a solid green light. The massive locks began to disengage, heavy bolts sliding with mechanical precision. They can, Marcus said quietly. We backed away from the door, Elena grabbing a kitchen knife, Marcus a heavy wrench from a tool kit. Richard continued working frantically at the computer, trying to complete the programming before our visitors arrived. The final bolt disengaged with a resonant clank. Slowly, the massive door swung open. First through was the silver-haired woman from the mirror, Dr. Eliza Weir, her severe features even more intimidating in person. Behind her came 4 soldiers in black tactical gear, weapons raised but not aimed directly at us. Daniel Weiss, Dr. Weir said, her voice cultured and precise. We've been looking for you. So I've heard, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. The question is why? For your protection, primarily, and for the protection of this reality. Her cold eyes surveyed our small group. I see you've fallen in with Richard Chen's little band of quantum sensitives. Unfortunate. They lack crucial context. We understand plenty, Richard shot back, still typing furiously at his workstation. We know about the visitors, the fractures, the thinning of the quantum membrane. Fragments of truth were acknowledged, but dangerous without the full picture. She turned back to me. Mr. Weiss, you've been contacted by entities calling themselves visitors. They've told you that you're something called a bridge. that realities were once united and should be again, that my organization, custodians, are villains who sundered a perfect whole. Something like that, I admitted, though I'm not inclined to trust anyone's narrative at this point. A thin smile crossed her lips. Wise. Trust is earned, not demanded, which is why I'd like to show you something rather than simply tell you. She reached into her pocket and withdrew what looked like an ornate pocket watch. This is a quantum resonance viewer. It will allow you to see the truth of the situation without filtration or deception. Don't, Elena warned. It could be a trap. If we wanted to capture or harm Mr. Weiss, we would have done so already. Were said coolly. We have the tactical advantage. This is an offer of information, nothing more. I studied the device she held out. It resembled the pocket watch Darius had been fidgeting with earlier, silver with intricate engravings that seemed to shift as I looked at them. What does it do exactly? I asked. It reveals quantum realities that are normally imperceptible. Think of it as a specialized lens that brings certain frequencies into focus. She held it out further. Take it. Look. Then decide who you believe. Against my better judgment, I stepped forward and took the device. It was surprisingly heavy and vibrated faintly against my palm, similar to the sensation of the quantum suit, but more focused. Open it, we're instructed. I pressed the small catch on the side, and the cover sprung open. Inside was not a clock face, but what appeared to be a swirling silver liquid that caught the light in hypnotic patterns. Look into it, were said, and see what the visitors truly are. I hesitated, then raised the device to eye level and peered into the swirling silver surface. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. My consciousness seemed to expand outward, no longer confined to the shelter or even to my body. I was seeing from multiple perspectives simultaneously, across vast distances and scales. I saw the lighthouse from above, surrounded by 3 black helicopters and several ground vehicles. I saw Boston in the distance, and beyond it, the entire eastern seaboard. Further still, I perceived the curvature of the Earth itself, wrapped in its thin blue atmosphere. But that was just the beginning. As my perception continued to expand, I began to see something else, a luminous membrane that surrounded the entire planet, a quantum barrier separating our reality from something else. And pressing against that membrane from the other side were the visitors, but not as I had seen them before. From this vantage point, their true nature was revealed, and it was horrifying beyond comprehension. They were vast, incomprehensibly alien entities that existed in dimensions beyond human understanding. What we had perceived as vaguely humanoid forms were merely the smallest projections of beings so enormous that a single one could engulf our entire solar system. They were to us what we might be to a two-dimensional drawing, beings from a higher order of reality, attempting to interact with lesser dimensions. And they were hungry. I could feel their intent now, unfiltered by human perceptual limitations. Not a desire for reunion or cosmic healing, but consumption. They sought to devour our reality, to absorb its energy and matter into their higher dimensional existence. The reunion they spoke of was more like digestion than any form of coexistence. Most terrifying of all, I could see fractures in the quantum membrane, thousands of them, far more than I had ever perceived with my limited human senses. Each one a potential entry point, a weakness being methodically exploited. And I, or rather, what they called the bridge, was the master key that could unlock the entire system at once. The vision shifted again, showing me glimpses of other realities, where the membrane had failed, worlds consumed, their very physical laws distorted beyond recognition, their matter and energy harvested to feed beings that existed beyond time and space as we understood it. With a gasp, I tore my eyes away from the quantum viewer. my mind reeling from the cosmic horror I had witnessed. Now you begin to understand. We're said quietly, taking back the device. What they call the Great Severance was in fact the last desperate act of countless civilizations across multiple realities. A quarantine to protect what could be saved from entities that cannot be defeated, only contained. The custodians, I managed to say, my voice hoarse. You didn't create the separation. You maintain it. Precisely. For thousands of years, across hundreds of reality fragments, each with its own defenders, its own methods. She gestured to her soldiers. We're merely the visible face of a much larger organization. And the bridges? I asked. Quantum anomalies that occur naturally, though rarely. Individuals whose consciousness exists partially in superposition across the membrane. You perceive the fractures because part of you resonates with both sides of the quantum barrier. Her expression softened slightly. It's not your fault. You didn't ask for this ability, but it makes you both incredibly valuable and incredibly dangerous. Because I can open the way for them. Or help us seal the breaches permanently, she countered. That's why we've been searching for you. Not to imprison you, but to train you, to help you understand and control your abilities for the protection of this reality. I turned to Richard, who had stopped typing and was listening intently. Did you complete the program? He nodded. Just now. It's ready. Good. I look back at Weir, because I think we need to continue this conversation somewhere else. Those visitors are still out there, and they know exactly where I am. As if summoned by my words, the shelter shuddered violently, dust falling from the ceiling as something massive impacted the house above. They're attacking, one of Weir's soldiers reported, pressing a finger to his earpiece. Multiple entities converging on the house. Team Bravo is engaged, but taking casualties. We need to evacuate. We're decided. Now, our choppers can have us at Facility 7 within the hour. We have an alternative exit strategy, I countered, gesturing to Richard's workstation. One that won't lead these things directly to your facility. Weir's eyes narrowed. A quantum translocation? Incredibly risky without proper equipment and stabilization. Another impact rattled the shelter, harder this time. A thin fracture, a real one, not a reflection, appeared along one wall, glowing faintly with that unnatural light I'd come to associate with the barriers between realities. We're out of time, I said. Either come with us, or stay and face whatever's breaking through. We studied my face for a moment, then gave a sharp nod. 2 of my team will accompany us. The others will provide covering fire to delay pursuit. She turned to the soldiers. Cooper, Rodriguez, you're with us. The rest of you, defensive positions. 2 of the black-clad figures moved to stand beside her, while the others quickly exited the shelter, heading up to confront whatever was attacking the house. What do you need me to do? I asked Richard, moving to his workstation. Put the headset on, he instructed, handing me the quantum visualization device. I've programmed Elena's cabin coordinates into the system. You'll see the quantum strings as before, but now there will be a target configuration, a pattern of strings that corresponds to that specific location in space-time. The fracture along the wall widened perceptibly, the sickly light spilling through. The temperature in the shelter dropped several degrees in seconds. They're breaking through the quantum shielding. We're observed tensely. Whatever you're going to do, do it now. I donned the headset, and the familiar green wireframe world appeared, populated with glowing quantum probability strings. But now, as Richard had promised, there was something new. A pulsing red pattern hovering in the air before me, showing a specific configuration of intertwined strings. That's your target. Richard's voice came through the headset. You need to manipulate the local strings into matching that pattern exactly. It should create a fracture that leads precisely to Elena's cabin. I reached out, beginning to gather and arrange the quantum strings according to the pattern. It was delicate work, far more complex than simply bunching them together as I had done before. This required precision, bending some strings while holding others static, creating intersections and alignments that felt like trying to solve a three-dimensional puzzle with invisible pieces. "Hurry!" I heard Elena urge from somewhere beyond the headset. I could feel the growing wrongness in the room as the fracture in the wall continued to widen. The air became difficult to breathe, charged with a static-like energy that made my skin crawl beneath the quantum suit. Focusing entirely on the task, I continued manipulating the strings, gradually bringing them into alignment with the target pattern. It was working. I could feel the quantum potential building as the configurations moved closer to alignment, like tumblers in an impossibly complex lock. Each string that fell into place brought us closer to opening a doorway to safety. "Almost there," I muttered, making minute adjustments to the final few strings. A sound like tearing fabric filled the shelter as the fracture in the wall split wider. Through it came an arm, similar to what I had seen in my apartment, but much larger, with that same impossible jointedness and too many fingers. It reached into our reality, groping blindly for purchase. "Now, Daniel," Richard shouted. With a final adjustment, I locked the last string into position. The pattern flashed once, perfectly aligned with the target configuration, and reality split open before me. Unlike the jagged, uncontrolled fractures I'd seen before, this tear was clean, almost surgical, an oval opening about 7 feet tall and 4 feet wide, hovering in the center of the shelter. Through it, I could see a rustic interior, wooden walls, a stone fireplace, comfortable furniture. Elena's cabin. "Go," I shouted, maintaining the configuration with one hand while gesturing urgently with the other. "I'll hold it stable." Elena went first, diving through the opening without hesitation. Marcus followed, then Richard, pausing briefly to grab a laptop from the workstation. "Cooper, Rodriguez, go." We're ordered. The two soldiers stepped through the fracture, weapons still raised. Another massive arm broke through the wall fracture, followed by part of what might have been a torso. A twisted, geometrically impossible form that hurt to look at directly. "Your turn," I said to Weir. "Not without you," she countered, drawing a sleek, silver pistol from beneath her jacket. "Go. I'll be right behind you." Maintaining the string configuration with my left hand, I backed toward the fracture I had created. As I reached the threshold, I felt a strange resistance, like pushing through a membrane of some kind. Then I was through, stumbling backward into the warm, wood-scented interior of Elena's cabin. Weir appeared a moment later, backing through the opening with her weapon trained on the horror that was now half emerged into the shelter. "Close it," she commanded. Now, still wearing the headset, I could see the quantum strings holding the fracture open. I released my mental grip on them, expecting them to snap back to their natural positions as they had during my practice sessions. But something was wrong. The strings remained in the configured pattern, the fracture still open between the shelter and the cabin. Through it, I could see the visitor entity pushing further into the shelter, its impossible body now almost fully emerged. "I can't close it," I shouted, panic rising. "The strings won't reset." "Something's holding them in place," Richard realized. "The visitor, it must be exerting its own influence on the quantum field." The entity began moving toward our fracture, recognizing the escape route we had created. Its spiral face rotated rapidly with what might have been excitement or rage. "Cooper, Rodriguez, suppressing fire." We're ordered. The two soldiers opened fire through the fracture, their weapons making strange, muffled sounds. Not the crack of conventional firearms, but something more like compressed air releasing. Whatever they were firing, it had a visible effect on the visitor, causing parts of its form to ripple and distort where the projectile struck. But it kept coming. I need to sever the connection manually, or announced, pulling what looked like a silver rod from inside her jacket. Everyone back. We retreated further into the cabin as we approached the fracture. The visitor was only feet away from the opening on the other side now, one grotesque arm already reaching through. We activated the device, which extended to about 3 feet in length and began to glow with a cold blue light. With a practiced motion, she swept it in an arc across the edges of the fracture. The effect was immediate and violent. The quantum strings visible in my headset didn't simply return to their natural positions. They snapped, sending feedback cascading through the system. The fracture collapsed with a thunderclap of imploding air, severing the reaching arm of the visitor, which fell to the cabin floor and immediately began to dissolve into a grayish, smoking liquid. I tore off the headset, gasping for breath. The quantum backlash had been like a physical blow, radiating through my consciousness and leaving me disoriented. "Well," Elena said after a moment of stunned silence, "welcome to my family's cabin." The safe house was larger than it had appeared through the fracture. A spacious 2-story structure built in traditional mountain lodge style, with exposed beams, a massive central fireplace, and large windows offering views of the surrounding forest. According to Elena, we were deep in New Hampshire's White Mountains, miles from the nearest neighbor. "My grandfather built it in the 1960s, she explained as she showed us around. Paradoxically, he was somewhat of a doomsday prepper despite being wealthy old money. Generator, well water, solar panels added in the 90s, satellite communications, enough preserved food to last months. Perfect for our needs," we commented, directing her soldiers to secure the perimeter. "Though we should assume this location is now compromised as well. The quantum translation may have masked our trail temporarily, but they'll find us eventually." "How?" I asked. "You said they can track my quantum signature, but we're hundreds of miles from the lighthouse now." "Distance in conventional space means little to entities that exist partially outside our dimensional constraints," she explained. "What matters is quantum entanglement signatures, which propagate instantaneously across any distance. Your activities leave traces." "Like footprints in the quantum field," Richard suggested, setting up his laptop on the large dining table. "Precisely." We nodded, though the emergency severance I performed may have bought us some time by disrupting the entanglement pattern. I glanced at the spot where the visitor's severed arm had fallen. Nothing remained but a faint stain on the hardwood floor. "What exactly were your soldiers firing back there?" Marcus asked. Conventional weapons didn't seem effective against these entities during the initial incursion at the lighthouse. Quantum-stabilized projectiles were applied. They force localized quantum decoherence in whatever they strike, essentially compelling anomalous matter to conform to our reality's physical laws, which is fatal to the visitors, I concluded. Disruptive, at least temporarily. Nothing we've developed is truly fatal to them, as they don't live in any way we understand the term. We holstered her pistol. "Mr. Weiss, now that we have a moment of relative safety, I believe we should continue our conversation about your role in all this." I sank into a chair by the fireplace, suddenly aware of how exhausted I was. The events of the past 48 hours, discovering others who could see the fractures, learning of my apparent significance, escaping both visitors and custodians, and now creating my own controlled quantum doorway, had left me physically and mentally drained. "You said I'm a quantum anomaly," I began. "That my consciousness exists in superposition across the membrane. What does that actually mean?" We took the chair opposite mine, her posture perfect despite what must have been her own fatigue. It means part of your awareness exists simultaneously in our reality and in the space between realities. You perceive the fractures because you partially inhabit the same quantum state they do. And this makes me a bridge because you can serve as a conduit between states of reality. Most fractures are small, localized disturbances in the quantum membrane, like pinpricks in a vast sheet. But a bridge can create a tear large enough for full transference between realities. She leaned forward, her intense gaze fixed on mine. You saw what the visitors truly are through the quantum viewer. You understand what would happen if they gained full access to our reality. I nodded, the cosmic horror of what I'd witnessed still fresh in my mind. But I still don't understand why I have this ability. Was I born with it? Did something cause it? Both, in a sense, we replied. The potential was present in your quantum signature from birth, likely a result of your mother's exposure to certain energy patterns during pregnancy. She worked in quantum computing research, did she not? I stared at her, stunned. How do you know that? We've been monitoring potential bridges for decades, Mr. Weiss. Your mother's work at Quantum-Teka's early laboratory exposed her to experimental quantum field manipulations. When our sensors detected a potential bridge signature in Boston 20 years ago, we investigated your family background. She paused. We've been aware of you since you were 14 years old, when your ability to perceive fractures first manifested strongly enough to register on our equipment. The implications of this were staggering and disturbing. You've been watching me my entire adult life without making contact? Why wait until now? Protocol dictates observation without intervention unless a bridge begins to actively manipulate fractures or is contacted by extra-reality entities. Until recently, you were simply a passive observer of the quantum membrane. That changed 2 days ago when a visitor made direct contact with you in your apartment. I processed this information, trying to reconcile my life as I had known it with this new revelation. Had every decision I'd made been monitored? Every relationship? Every job? How many others like me are there? I asked. Currently active? 3 that we're aware of, including you. 1 in Kyoto, 1 in Buenos Aires. Both are under observation and inactive. Throughout human history, dozens, perhaps hundreds. Many lived and died never knowing what they were, their abilities never fully manifesting. Richard joined our conversation, his scientific curiosity evidently overcoming any reservations about Weir and her organization. What activates a bridge's abilities? What changed for Daniel 2 days ago? The thinning, we replied. The quantum membrane naturally fluctuates in integrity, like the magnetic field of a planet. Currently, we're entering a period of significant weakening, what ancient texts called the time of thin places. The visitors have been preparing for this, creating fractures, positioning themselves to exploit the natural thinning. And they need me to maximize their opportunity, I concluded, to turn a temporary weakness into a permanent breach. Yes, which is why we need your help to do the opposite, to reinforce the membrane during this critical period. Weir's expression remained impassive, but I detected a hint of genuine concern in her voice. Without intervention, the natural thinning could lead to catastrophic breaches, even without your involvement as a bridge. With your help, we could strengthen the vulnerable points, potentially extending the stable period for decades or centuries. How exactly would that work? I asked. We have facilities designed specifically for this purpose. Technology that can amplify and direct a bridge's quantum manipulation abilities with precision. Instead of opening doorways, you would be closing them, reinforcing the quantum membrane against intrusion. It sounded reasonable, even necessary, given what I had seen of the visitor's true nature. And yet, I couldn't shake a nagging doubt. The visitors had claimed the custodians would tell me exactly this, that they wanted to use me as a tool to maintain the separation of realities. What if the visitors were telling the truth about some things? I asked carefully, what if realities were once united, and the separation isn't natural? The separation is absolutely artificial, were acknowledged to my surprise, but it was necessary for survival. Imagine a body fighting cancer. Sometimes healthy tissue must be segregated and sacrificed to preserve the whole. So our reality was once part of something larger? All realities were once a single continuum, she confirmed. A unified dimensional space, or what you call the visitors, evolved as higher dimensional entities. But they became predatory, consuming lower dimensional consciousness and energy. The severance was performed by an alliance of countless civilizations across multiple dimensional planes, sacrificing perfect unity to preserve diversity and autonomy of consciousness. And the custodians emerged from this alliance. We are its descendants, its inheritors, maintaining the boundaries that our ancestors established at unimaginable cost. Weir's composure cracked slightly, showing a glimpse of genuine passion. Do you understand what's at stake? Not just humanity, but countless forms of consciousness across thousands of reality fragments, all depending on the quantum membrane remaining intact. I looked around at the others, Richard and Marcus watching intently, Elena standing by the window, Weir soldiers maintaining a respectful distance, but clearly listening, all waiting for my response, my decision. I need time, I said finally. This is a lot to process. We nodded, seemingly satisfied that I hadn't rejected her outright. Of course, but not too much time, Mr. Weiss. The thinning progresses, and the visitors grow more desperate with each passing day. As if to emphasize her point, the lights in the cabin flickered briefly, the temperature dropping several degrees in an instant before returning to normal. They're probing, we observed, rising from her chair, testing the boundaries around this location. Cooper Rodriguez, implement quantum shielding protocols. The soldiers nodded and moved to retrieve equipment from their packs, small devices that they began positioning around the cabin's perimeter. Portable quantum stabilizers, were explained. They won't prevent detection indefinitely, but they'll mask your signature temporarily and prevent fracture formation within the shielded area. Like the lighthouse, I noted, before I arrived and somehow overwhelmed its protections. Similar, though those were much older technologies. These are more sophisticated, but also more power intensive. They'll last perhaps 12 hours before needing recharging. Enough time to rest, to think, to decide whether I believed Weir and her custodians, or if there was some third path I hadn't yet considered. As the others dispersed, Richard and Marcus to discuss theories, Elena to prepare food, Weir to confer with her soldiers, I found myself drawn to the cabin's large picture window overlooking the forest. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows among the trees, the mountain air crystal clear after the artificial environment of the shelter. I pressed my hand against the cool glass, wondering if somewhere beyond my perception, vast entities were searching for me, sensing the quantum disturbance I had created. Bridge. The word seemed to carry more weight with each passing hour, a destiny I never asked for but couldn't escape. In the glass, my reflection stared back at me, haggard, confused, afraid. But behind my reflection, just at the edge of perception, I thought I saw a flicker of movement, a shimmer in the air that might have been a fracture forming, or might have been merely the play of sunlight through leaves. For the first time in my life, I found myself hoping it was just my imagination. Chapter 8, Divided Reality. Weir's secondary safe house turned out to be a concrete bunker built into the side of a mountain, its entrance concealed by a holographic projection of solid rock. We reached it after a tense 90-minute drive through increasingly unstable terrain, not just in terms of the mountain roads, but reality itself. The quantum distortions had worsened dramatically during our journey. Shadows no longer bore any relationship to the objects casting them, instead moving independently like dark entities with minds of their own. Small fractures appeared and disappeared randomly in the air around us. Most disturbing of all were the moments of reality slippage. Brief instances where portions of the landscape would flicker and reveal something else beneath. Alien geometries, impossible structures, glimpses of what might be the visitor's native realm. The bunker's interior was a stark contrast to Elena's rustic cabin, all polished metal and white surfaces, humming with advanced technology. It was smaller than I had expected, with just 4 rooms, a main operations center filled with monitoring equipment, 2 small bedrooms, and a combined kitchenette/dining area. "Welcome to Outpost 17." We're announced as the heavy door sealed behind us with a pneumatic hiss. One of our emergency quantum monitoring stations. It's not designed for long-term habitation, but it has superior shielding and direct secure links to custodian headquarters. "How long will we be safe here?" Marcus asked, examining the bunker's reinforced walls. Difficult to say given the accelerated thinning, we're admitted. Under normal circumstances, this facility could withstand significant quantum disruption, but we're in uncharted territory now. Rodriguez and Cooper immediately set about establishing a security perimeter, checking the bunker's defenses and monitoring systems. Richard and Marcus gravitated toward the scientific equipment, their curiosity overcoming any reservations about working with custodian technology. Elena began inventorying supplies again, a task that seemed to give her comfort amid chaos. As for me, I found a quiet corner in the operations center and sat heavily in a chair, the stone from Sophia still in my pocket, its presence like a silent accusation against Weir and everything she represented. The data transmission from headquarters completed during our evacuation were informed me, approaching with a tablet. As promised, it includes documentation of previous breaches and their aftermath. Perhaps this will help clarify your decision. I took the tablet without comment, still uncertain whether to trust anything she provided. But as she'd said earlier, we might not have the luxury of perfect certainty before action became necessary. The files on the tablet were extensive, centuries of custodian records documenting incursions, breaches, and the entities they called visitors. I began with the most recent incidents, working backward. Omaha 2018. A localized breach had allowed 3 visitor entities to manifest physically for nearly 6 hours before custodians contained the situation. Images showed the aftermath, buildings twisted into impossible shapes, matter reconfigured at the molecular level, 17 civilians found in a catatonic state with neural patterns completely disrupted. Kyoto 2012. A larger breach affecting 3 city blocks. Footage showed buildings whose architecture defied Euclidean geometry, trees whose branches formed strange, recursive patterns, and people frozen mid-motion like statues, their bodies partially transformed into crystalline structures. The report noted that after containment, the affected humans never regained consciousness, their minds evacuated, according to medical scans. Cairo 2005, perhaps the most disturbing. A breach at an archaeological dig had allowed what the custodians classified as a level 3 entity to partially manifest. The entity had absorbed 11 researchers into itself before containment, their bodies becoming part of its mass. Post-incident recovery found the victim's consciousness still active within the entity's form, trapped in a state of perpetual awareness, but unable to communicate or escape. These and dozens of similar incidents painted a consistent picture. Wherever the visitors successfully breached our reality, transformation and absorption followed. Not coexistence, not symbiosis, but consumption and fundamental restructuring of matter and consciousness to serve alien purposes. Yet I couldn't ignore the possibility that these reports were themselves manipulated, designed to reinforce the custodian's narrative. What if these incidents were exceptions rather than the rule? What if they represented misunderstandings between fundamentally different forms of consciousness, rather than malevolent invasion? I was still scrolling through the files when we returned, a cup of coffee in hand. She offered it to me, and I accepted automatically, my mind still processing the disturbing imagery I'd been reviewing. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. "Evidence of hostile intent from the visitors," I acknowledged, but nothing that definitively resolves the larger question of whether the separation of realities is ultimately beneficial or harmful to existence as a whole. She sighed, dropping some of her professional veneer. "Mr. Weiss, Daniel, if I may, I understand your reluctance to trust either side fully. The burden placed on you is immense and unfair. But while you deliberate philosophical questions about the cosmic order, very tangible consequences are unfolding." She gestured to a large monitor on the wall, which displayed a global map overlaid with hundreds of glowing points. Each light represents a detected fracture large enough to potentially allow manifestation. 24 hours ago, there were 67 such points. Now there are over 600, and the number is increasing exponentially. "The thinning," I murmured. "Yes, and it's accelerating beyond our most pessimistic models." She pointed to another screen showing a jagged line plummeting downward. "This represents quantum membrane integrity. At the current rate of degradation, we have less than 36 hours before critical failure begins." And then, reality as we understand it breaks down. The membrane between dimensions ruptures completely. The visitors enter en masse. Her eyes met mine directly. "Whatever their true nature or intentions, are you prepared to gamble the existence of everyone and everything in this world on the hope that they're benevolent?" It was the central question, wasn't it? The weight of probability favored caution, maintaining separation until we could be certain of the visitors' intentions. But that path required trust in the custodians, who had their own questionable agenda, and it potentially required the sacrifice of my consciousness, if Sophia's memories were accurate. Before I could respond, Rodriguez burst into the room. "Ma'am, we've got a situation. Quantum fluctuations spiking 3 kilometers north. Something's coming through." We're immediately shifted back to command mode. Scale, massive, bigger than anything in our reference database. She moved swiftly to the main console, bringing up external sensor readings. The data showed an enormous disturbance in the quantum field, centered on a mountain peak visible from the bunker's few reinforced windows. "Everyone to the observation port," we're ordered, already moving toward a narrow window built into the rock wall. "You need to see this." We gathered at the window, peering out at the distant mountain peak. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just rock and sparse vegetation under the afternoon sun. Then the air above the peak rippled. There was no better word for it. Reality itself seemed to fold and unfurl like fabric in a breeze. Thermal imaging were commanded, and Rodriguez adjusted a panel beside the window. The view shifted to false color, showing heat signatures. And now we could see it clearly. An enormous fracture forming above the mountain, much larger than any I had witnessed before. It pulsed with energy that registered as deep crimson and purple on the thermal display. "That's at least a Class 5 breach forming," was said tensely, "if it stabilizes at that size." "What's a Class 5? I interrupted. "A fracture large enough to allow a full entity transfer, not just manifestation through proxies or partial projection, complete physical emergence into our reality." As we watched, the fracture continued to expand, now visible even without the thermal imaging. A vast tear in the fabric of reality. shimmering with that familiar yet alien light. Something was pressing against it from the other side, stretching the thinning membrane to its limits. They're forcing it, we realized, using the natural thinning to create a permanent passage. Can they do that? Elena asked, her voice tight with fear. Not without help, we replied, looking pointedly at me. They need a bridge to stabilize such a large breach, which is why we need to move quickly. Cooper, ready to transport. We're evacuating to the primary facility immediately. Wait, I protested. You said this bunker was secure. Against detection, yes, but not against what's coming. That breach will continue expanding. Within hours, it could encompass this entire mountain range. We need to reach a facility capable of executing the reinforcement procedure. The grinding sound of the bunker's door mechanism interrupted us. Cooper entered from the security vestibule, his expression grim. Transportation isn't an option, ma'am. The quantum fluctuations are affecting all electronics beyond our shielded perimeter. Vehicles are inoperable. Communications with headquarters are down. How far is this primary facility? Richard asked. Approximately 200 miles southwest, we replied, already calculating alternatives. Under normal circumstances, a 3-hour drive. And on foot, through mountains experiencing reality breakdown? Marcus questioned. Impossible. Weir's jaw tightened. Then we need an alternative approach. The reinforcement equipment at headquarters is ideal, but not strictly necessary. The critical component is a quantum amplification chamber, which focuses and directs a bridge's natural abilities. She turned to me. With your demonstrated skill at quantum manipulation, we might be able to improvise something here. Improvise a procedure that you previously said required highly specialized equipment. I was skeptical. Even the original had a 40% risk of neural damage. The risk would be higher, yes, she admitted, but we're out of options and nearly out of time. That breach will continue growing. When it reaches critical stability, they'll come through. All of them. The thermal display showed the fracture still expanding, now nearly twice its original size. Within the shimmering tier, shadows moved, massive forms preparing to emerge. I need to confer with the others, I said, stepping away from the window. Privately. It looked like she wanted to object, but nodded curtly. 5 minutes. That's all the luxury of deliberation we have left. I led Richard, Marcus, and Elena to the small dining area, far enough from Weir and her soldiers to speak, without being overheard. This is insanity, Elena said immediately. Improvising a procedure that could destroy your mind? There has to be another way. I'm not convinced there is, Richard said grimly. The quantum disruption is progressing too rapidly, if that breach stabilizes. But we still don't know if the visitors are truly hostile, I argued. Yes, the custodian records show disturbing incidents, but those could be exceptions or even manipulated evidence. Does it matter at this point? Marcus asked pragmatically, whether they're benevolent higher beings or predatory entities. They're forcing a breach into our reality without consent. That alone suggests their intentions aren't entirely peaceful. He had a point. Whatever the cosmic truth about separated versus united realities, the visitors' current methods weren't exactly building trust. There's another option, Elena suggested hesitantly. You created a quantum doorway once before, from the lighthouse to my cabin. Could you do something similar now? Create an escape route directly to the custodian headquarters. Without coordinates, without the visualization system Richard programmed? I shook my head. It would be a shot in the dark. We could end up anywhere, or nowhere. What about a third option? Richard proposed, not reinforcing the membrane as the custodians want, not allowing full breach as the visitors are attempting. but something in between, using your abilities to create a controlled, limited connection. A bridge rather than a door or a wall, I mused, the metaphor seeming particularly apt, given my apparent cosmic role, something that allows limited interaction without full merger of realities. Is that even possible? Elena wondered. Theoretically, Richard nodded. The quantum principles would be similar to what you've already done, manipulating probability strings to create specific configurations. But instead of fully opening or closing fractures, you'd be stabilizing them at a predetermined size and permeability. It was an appealing concept, rejecting both the complete separation demanded by custodians and the full merger sought by visitors. A middle path that might allow controlled study and interaction between realities without risking complete consumption or eternal division. How would we even begin to attempt this? I asked. We'd need to understand the quantum mechanics in much greater detail, Richard admitted, and we'd need a way to directly access and manipulate the membrane at a macro scale, not just individual fractures. The stone in my pocket suddenly felt warmer, as if responding to our conversation. I pulled it out, examining its smooth black surface. Maybe we already have a resource. Sophia's consciousness fragment seems to have detailed knowledge of how the membrane works. Can you communicate with her again? Marcus asked. I think so. I closed my hand around the stone, focusing on establishing the connection I had felt before. Sophia, can you hear me? For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone warmed further, and Sophia's voice emerged in my mind. Bridge, you seek another path. Not a question, but a statement. Yes, not reinforcement as the custodians want, not full breach as the visitors are forcing, but something in between. A stable connection that allows controlled interaction without complete merger. Is it possible? Images flowed into my mind, complex quantum mechanics far beyond my understanding, but somehow made intuitive through Sophia's mental translation. I saw how the membrane functioned at its most fundamental level, how it could be manipulated not just to strengthen or weaken, but to reconfigure. It is possible, Sophia confirmed, but difficult, dangerous. The membrane in its current form is binary, separation or connection. To create a stable intermediary state would require restructuring its basic quantum architecture. How would I even begin such a thing? You would need to access the membrane directly, at a point of significant fracture. Use your bridge abilities not to close or open, but to reshape, to teach new patterns to reality itself. The large breach forming on the mountain, I realized. It could be the access point. Yes, but attempting this would place you physically between realities at the moment of restructuring. If you succeed, the new configuration would stabilize. If you fail, images of consciousness torn apart, scattered across dimensional boundaries like dust in a storm. I understand the risk, I told her, but it seems like the only option that doesn't require blind trust in either side. There is one more thing you should know, Sophia added. The custodians are correct about one aspect. The visitors are not uniformly benevolent. Among them are factions with different intentions. Some seek genuine symbiosis, others hunger. The breach forming now is being forced by one of the latter. This confirmed my growing suspicion that neither side held the complete truth. Reality was more complex than the binary narratives being presented to me. How can I tell the difference between benevolent and predatory visitors? Intention resonates in quantum signature. When you are fully immersed in the membrane, you will perceive it directly. Trust your bridge intuition. It transcends normal human perception. The connection faded, the stone cooling in my hand. I opened my eyes to find the others watching me intently. What did she say? Elena asked. I relayed Sophia's information about the possibility of restructuring the membrane, rather than simply reinforcing or breaking it, as well as a warning about different visitor factions. So some of them really are predatory, Marcus noted. That aligns with the custodian records. And some aren't, I countered, which aligns with the more benevolent messaging we've received. But attempting this restructuring sounds incredibly dangerous, Elena pointed out. Placing yourself physically between realities? What does that even mean? I think it means I need to be at the breach site, I said, the implications becoming clearer. Not hiding in this bunker, but directly at the fracture. Richard looked troubled. The quantum instability at that location would be extreme. Your physical form might not remain coherent in such conditions. Maybe that's necessary, I suggested. Maybe my consciousness needs to partially detach from physical constraints to perceive and manipulate the membrane directly. Our discussion was interrupted by Weir's return, her patience evidently exhausted. "Time's up," she announced. "The breach has almost reached critical stability. We need to implement the reinforcement procedure now, improvised or not." "I've made my decision," I told her, standing to face her directly. "But it's not the one you want. I'm not going to reinforce the membrane as the custodians designed it." Her expression hardened. "Then you're condemning this reality to consumption." "No, I'm going to attempt something else entirely. A restructuring of the membrane to allow controlled, limited interaction between realities without complete merger." "That's impossible," she scoffed. "The membrane functions on quantum binary principles. It either separates or it doesn't. Says the organization that created it in the first place." I countered. "Artificial constructs can be redesigned, and I have insight from a previous bridge on how it might be accomplished." Weir's eyes narrowed. "The stone. You've been communing with that quantum fragment." She shook her head. "Whatever consciousness remains in that object has been corrupted by exposure to the void. You can't trust its guidance." "I don't fully trust anyone at this point, Dr. Weir. Not the visitors, not Sophia's fragment, and certainly not the custodians. That's why I'm choosing my own path." Her hand moved subtly toward her weapon. "I can't allow that, Mr. Weiss. The risk is too great." "The risk is mine to take," I responded firmly. "And frankly, you can't stop me. Not without killing me, which would defeat your purpose entirely." We stood in tense silence. A standoff neither could technically win. Finally, Richard interjected. "Perhaps we could approach this collaboratively," he suggested diplomatically. "Daniel attempts his restructuring method, with custodian support and safeguards in place. If it fails, then we revert to the reinforcement procedure as a last resort." "There won't be time for a second attempt," we argued. "Once he interfaces directly with a breach, events will unfold rapidly. Either the membrane restructures according to his intention, or it fails catastrophically. Then I suggest you help make sure it succeeds," I said, "because this is happening with or without your assistance. The only question is whether you want to maximize the chances of a positive outcome." Weir's tactical mind was visibly calculating, weighing options and probabilities. Finally, she gave a sharp nod. "What do you need?" "Transportation to the breach site, for starters." As Cooper reported, vehicles aren't functioning beyond our shielded perimeter. "Then we walk," I decided. "It's only 3 kilometers, right? Through increasingly unstable reality." "Yes, but we don't have a choice." "And once there," she pressed, "what's your actual plan for restructuring an interdimensional quantum membrane?" "I'll use my bridge abilities to directly access and manipulate the membrane's fundamental architecture. Sophia's fragment has shown me the theoretical approach." "That's not a plan," was said flatly. That's a suicide mission based on the guidance of a compromised consciousness fragment. Do you have a better alternative that doesn't involve sacrificing my mind to power your artificial barrier? I challenged. When she didn't immediately respond, I knew I had her. Whatever the custodian's true agenda, they needed me conscious and cooperative more than they needed me obedient. Fine, she conceded finally. We'll provide tactical support for your attempt. But I want it on record that I advised against this course of action. Duly noted. I replied dryly. If we're doing this, we need to move immediately, Cooper interjected, checking readings on a handheld device. The breach is approaching terminal expansion. Once it stabilizes, full manifestation will follow within minutes. We nodded grimly. Prepare for surface deployment. Quantum shields at maximum. Full tactical gear. She turned to me. The quantum suit you're wearing will provide minimal protection against what we're walking into. Stay close to us. Follow instructions precisely. I'll need the others with me, I insisted, gesturing to Richard, Marcus, and Elena. Their scientific and practical knowledge might be crucial. Absolutely not. We began, but Richard interrupted. With all due respect, Dr. Weir, Daniel's attempt at restructuring will require scientific monitoring and feedback. Marcus and I have the necessary expertise, and Elena's perceptual abilities regarding fractures could provide valuable data. It looked like she wanted to argue further, but recognized the futility. Your decision, she said curtly, but I can't guarantee their safety. None of us is safe if this fails, I pointed out. Preparations moved quickly after that. Weir and her soldiers donned what appeared to be more advanced versions of my quantum suit, with additional armor plating and weapon attachments. Richard, Marcus, and Elena were provided with basic protective gear, not full quantum suits, but better than nothing. The journey to the breach will be disorienting. We're warned as Cooper unsealed the bunker's heavy door. Reality is becoming increasingly unstable the closer we get to the fracture. Stay together, maintain physical contact, if necessary. If you become separated, you may never find your way back. The door swung open, revealing the mountain landscape beyond, except it was no longer the same landscape we had driven through hours earlier. The transformation was shocking. Trees grew at impossible angles, some appearing to extend into dimensions beyond the visual spectrum, their branches disappearing and reappearing as if passing through unseen spaces. The ground itself rippled in places, solid rock behaving like liquid. The sky above had taken on a strange, opalescent quality, with colors that shifted and swirled independent of any normal atmospheric phenomena. Most disturbing were the shadows, no longer simply moving independently, but forming into three-dimensional shapes that rose from the ground like dark sculptures, their forms suggesting entities watching us from some adjacent reality. Jesus, Elena whispered, instinctively stepping closer to Marcus. Stay focused. We're commanded. What you're seeing is quantum bleed-through, manifestations of probability states that would normally remain unobservable. They can't hurt you directly, but disorientation is its own danger. We began our trek toward the distant mountain peak, where the massive fracture continued to expand, now dominating the skyline like a second, twisted sun. Walking quickly became an exercise in concentration, as the path seemed to shift underfoot, distances expanding and contracting unpredictably. The laws of physics are becoming locally variable, Richard observed, his scientific curiosity apparently overriding his fear. Fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. Just terrifying from where I'm standing, Elena muttered, carefully stepping over what appeared to be a small pond that kept changing locations slightly with each footfall. As we progressed, the distortions intensified. Sound became unreliable. Sometimes our footsteps echoed as if in a vast chamber. Other times they made no sound at all. Light bent around objects in impossible ways, creating multiple overlapping shadows and reflections. The air itself seemed thicker in places, thinner in others, creating pockets where breathing was either labored or unnervingly easy. About halfway to our destination, we encountered our first major obstacle, a section of forest where the trees had transformed, not in any way that could be explained by conventional biology or physics. They had become crystalline structures that branched in fractal patterns, each limb splitting into perfect mathematical subdivisions. More disturbing was the fact that they appeared to be growing, even as we watched the crystal lattices extending in real time. "Don't touch them," were warned sharply when Marcus reached out in scientific fascination. "Transformed matter can rewrite adjacent reality. Your hand wouldn't remain a hand for long." We gave the crystal forest a wide berth, but the detour led us into an area where gravity seemed to function differently. What appeared to be a gentle slope suddenly required us to lean at a severe angle to walk forward, as if the gravitational pull had shifted 90 degrees. "Dimensional alignment slippage," Cooper explained tersely, expertly navigating the strange conditions. "Our reality's physical laws are being overwritten by whatever exists on the other side of that breach." By the time we reached the base of the mountain itself, all of us were physically and mentally exhausted from the constant vigilance required to traverse the unstable landscape. But the true challenge lay ahead, a climb up terrain that was becoming increasingly abstract, toward a breach that now filled half the sky. From our new vantage point, we could finally see the full scale of what was emerging. The fracture had stabilized at an enormous size, perhaps half a mile across, and within it movement, vast forms shifting in what appeared to be fluid slow motion, their geometries following rules that didn't apply in our universe. Occasionally, a protrusion would extend toward the edge of the breach, something like a limb but too complex, too interconnected with the whole to be properly categorized. "They're coming through," was said grimly, checking readings on a device strapped to her wrist. "Quantum harmonization is at 82% and rising. Once it reaches 100%, the breach will fully stabilize and permit complete transfer." "How much time?" I asked. 15 minutes, maybe less." We began our climb, following a path that became increasingly tenuous, sometimes solid rock, sometimes shimmering energy, sometimes seeming to disappear entirely before reconstituting a few steps ahead. The quantum suits provided some stability, a thin bubble of normalized reality around our bodies, but even they were being taxed by the extreme conditions. "We need to get as close as possible to the breach," I explained as we climbed. "I need direct access to the membrane structure." "Too close and you'll be pulled through," we're cautioned. "There's a zone of quantum entanglement around any fracture this size, a point of no return where our reality's laws no longer have primacy." "I'll know when I'm close enough," I assured her, though in truth, I was operating on intuition and Sophia's fragmented guidance more than any certain knowledge. As we neared the summit, just below the massive tear in reality, the environment became even more bizarre. Rocks floated in midair, some spinning slowly, others pulsing with internal light. The air had taken on a visible texture, like swirling mist composed of mathematical equations, rather than water droplets. Sound had become color. Light had gained physical weight, and time itself felt stretched and compressed simultaneously. "This is as far as we can safely go," we're announced, stopping on a relatively stable outcropping about 50 yards from where the breach intersected with the mountainside. "Any closer and quantum destabilization will affect even our protected forms." I looked up at the enormous fracture. From this distance, I could see into it more clearly, not just the massive entities moving within, but the structure of the breach itself. It wasn't simply a tear, but a complex three-dimensional interface, where two fundamentally different reality systems met and conflicted. The edges pulsed with energy, probability trying to stabilize into a permanent configuration that would allow full transfer between dimensions. "This is where I need to be," I said, knowing with sudden certainty that this was the access point Sophia had described, right at the edge of the breach. "That's suicide," we objected. "Even with the quantum suit, your physical form won't remain coherent that close to the interface." "Maybe that's the point," I replied. "My consciousness needs to partially detach from physical constraints to manipulate the membrane directly. And if your consciousness disperses completely, torn apart by competing dimensional forces?" I nodded toward the breach, where the massive entities were pressing closer to the threshold. Then we're no worse off than if they complete their emergence. It looked like she wanted to argue further, but a sudden surge of energy from the breach interrupted her. The fracture expanded another 10%, its edge now significantly closer to our position. Within, the entities became more distinct, vast, interconnected lattices of consciousness and matter that defied categorization. Some appeared vaguely aquatic, others suggested crystalline structures, while still others seemed to be living mathematical constructs. "Time's up," Cooper reported tensely. "Quantum harmonization at 94% and accelerating." I turned to Richard, Marcus, and Elena. "Thank you for coming this far, for believing in me, or at least not thinking I'm completely insane." I managed a small smile. "Stay with Weir. Whatever happens next, it's beyond anyone's ability to help." Elena stepped forward impulsively and hugged me. "Come back," she whispered. Richard and Marcus offered solemn nods, respect and concern evident in their expressions. I turned to Weir. "If this fails, if the breach stabilizes completely, get them as far from here as possible. Maybe the custodians have bunkers deep enough to survive what's coming." She gave me a measuring look, then a crisp nod. "Good luck, Bridge. Whatever our disagreements, your courage is admirable." With that final exchange, I turned toward the breach and began walking directly toward it. The quantum distortions intensified with every step, reality bending around me like light around a black hole. The ground beneath my feet became uncertain, sometimes solid, sometimes shifting to different states of matter altogether. 20 yards from the edge of the fracture, my quantum suit began to fail, portions flickering and disappearing as the extreme conditions overwhelmed its protective capabilities. I felt the mountain air against my skin in patches, then more extensively as the suit's integrity collapsed further. 10 yards from the edge, physical laws became mere suggestions. My body felt simultaneously heavy as lead and light as air. My vision fragmented, showing multiple overlapping versions of the same scene. My thoughts began to stretch and loop, time perception becoming nonlinear. 5 yards from the edge, my physical form began to lose cohesion. I could see through my own hands, my body becoming partially transparent as quantum uncertainty took hold at the molecular level. The sensation was not painful as I had feared, but profoundly disorienting, like being everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. At the very edge of the breach, where our reality met the visitor's dimension, I stopped. The fracture towered above me, a vertical ocean of shimmering energy, through which massive entities pressed ever closer to emergence. I could feel them now, their consciousness, their intention, radiating through the thinning membrane. Sophia had been right. Standing this close, I could differentiate between types of quantum signatures. Some radiated what could only be described as hunger, a desire to consume, to absorb, to dominate. These were the predatory factions she had warned about, the ones forcing this particular breach. But behind them, held back but present, were other signatures, more complex, more balanced, suggesting genuine symbiosis rather than consumption. I reached out with both my physical hand and my consciousness, touching the edge of the fracture directly. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. My awareness expanded exponentially, no longer confined to human perception. I could see the quantum membrane in its entirety, not just this local breach, but the entire global structure that separated realities. And Sophia's memories were vindicated. The membrane was indeed artificial, a vast cosmic machine built of quantum probability, designed to maintain separation between dimensional states that naturally sought connection. More troublingly, I could see how it functioned by consuming consciousness energy, particularly the specialized quantum resonance of bridges. The custodians hadn't just been using us. We were the fuel that powered their entire system of reality separation. But I could also see why. Without the membrane, without some form of barrier, the higher dimensional entities would indeed consume our reality. Not of malice, but simply due to the fundamental nature of dimensional interaction. Higher dimensions naturally absorb and incorporate lower ones when they intersect. It was physics, not ethics. The solution became clear. Not reinforcement of an artificial and parasitic barrier. Not complete dissolution leading to consumption, but a restructuring. A new form of interface that allowed connection without consumption, exchange without absorption. With my expanded awareness, I could perceive the quantum strings that composed the membrane. Trillions upon trillions of probability paths woven into a cosmic tapestry. And as a bridge, I could manipulate them directly, rewriting their basic pattern. I began the restructuring, gathering vast bundles of quantum strings and reconfiguring their relationships. Instead of a binary state, connected or separated, I introduced a gradient interface, a controlled permeable boundary that would allow energetic and informational exchange while maintaining the distinct integrity of each reality. The work was complex beyond human comprehension, yet somehow intuitive to my bridge consciousness. I was both creating and becoming the new interface. My awareness spread across the dimensional boundary like neurons in a vast cosmic brain. The predatory entities sensed what was happening and fought back, pushing against my restructuring, attempting to force the breach back toward full dissolution. But I held firm, reinforcing the new pattern, teaching reality itself a new configuration. Time lost all meaning. I might have worked for minutes or millennia. In this state of expanded consciousness, such distinctions became irrelevant. My physical form had now almost completely dispersed, existing as a quantum probability field rather than a solid entity. But my consciousness remained coherent, focused on the monumental task of cosmic restructuring. Slowly, the new pattern took hold. The breach neither closed nor expanded, but transformed, becoming a stable gradient between realities, a controlled interface rather than an all-or-nothing barrier. I could feel the membrane integrating this new configuration across its entire structure, the change propagating globally at quantum speed. The predatory entities recoiled from this unexpected development, their easy consumption denied. But the other visitor factions, those seeking genuine exchange, approached the new interface with what I could only interpret as curious wonder. As the restructuring stabilized, I became aware of my companions far below, watching in awe as the massive fracture transformed before their eyes. From a jagged tear leaking alien geometries into our world to a shimmering, opalescent boundary that separated while connecting, divided while uniting. My task complete, I attempted to reconstitute my physical form, to return to human consciousness and perception. But something was wrong. My awareness remained spread across the new interface, unable to fully recohere into individual existence. I had become part of the structure itself, integral to its continued function. I had succeeded in creating a third path between the binary options presented by custodians and visitors. But the cost appeared to be my individual existence. As this realization settled, I felt a familiar presence, Sophia's consciousness fragment. now expanded and clarified by proximity to the new interface. "You've done what none of us could achieve," she communicated directly to my dispersed awareness. Neither reinforcement nor dissolution, but transformation, a new way of being. "But I'm trapped," I responded, the thought propagating across quantum states rather than forming as words. Part of the interface. Not trapped, transformed. As I was. As all bridges eventually are, we become the connections we create. Another consciousness joined our exchange, vast alien, yet somehow familiar. One of the non-predatory visitors, communicating through the gradient interface. Bridge has created balance connection. It communicated, its thoughts manifesting as complex patterns in my awareness. Neither custodian separation nor full reunion. A third path unforeseen. "Can I return?" I asked. "Reconstitute my physical form, my individual consciousness?" "Partially," the entity replied, "but never completely. You have become the bridge in truth now, not merely in name. Part of you must remain within the interface to maintain its integrity." A sobering reality, but perhaps not as final as I had feared. How do I begin? Sophia's consciousness guided me, showing how to gather the dispersed elements of my being, to coalesce enough of my awareness into a form that could interact with the physical world again. The process was delicate, reclaiming individuality without fully separating from the interface I now partially comprised. Gradually, a version of my physical form reconstituted on the mountainside, where my companions waited. I could see them rushing toward me as I materialized. Richard, Marcus, Elena, even Weir and her soldiers. But their movement seemed strangely slow, as if they existed in a different temporal framework. And in a sense, they did. Part of me remained spread across the interface, perceiving reality at a much broader scale. This reconstituted form was only a fraction of my total consciousness, enough to interact with the human world, but forever changed, forever connected to something larger. As my companions reached me, their faces showing relief and confusion in equal measure, I tried to explain what had happened, what I had become. The words felt clumsy and inadequate, trying to describe cosmic engineering with human language. "The membrane is transformed," I told them, my voice sounding strange to my own ears, simultaneously present and distant, neither reinforced nor dissolved, but reconfigured. A gradient interface that allows controlled interaction without consumption. "You did it," Richard said, examining my partially translucent form with scientific fascination. "But at what cost? You're different." "Part of me remains within the interface," I explained, "necessary to maintain its new configuration. This form is a projection in a sense, a fraction of my total consciousness. Will you stay like this?" Elena asked, reaching toward me but hesitating, uncertain if I was tangible. I extended my hand, relieved to find that physical contact was still possible, though it felt muted, as if experienced through a filter. "I don't know. This is uncharted territory. I'm neither fully here nor fully there, a bridge between states, in the most literal sense." Weir approached cautiously, her expression a complex mixture of scientific interest and strategic calculation. "The breach has transformed," she noted, looking up at what had been a dangerous tear, but was now a stable, shimmering boundary. "But what does that mean for the custodian mission, for reality as we know it?" "It means adaptation," I told her. "The binary paradigm of absolute separation or catastrophic merger is over. The new interface allows controlled exchange, information, energy, even limited consciousness transfer, while maintaining the distinct integrity of each reality. And the predatory entities? The ones that were forcing the breach. Contained, the interface restricts consumption. Only mutually beneficial interactions can occur across the gradient boundary. I pointed to where several smaller, gentler patterns of light now hovered near the interface, the non-predatory visitor factions, exploring the new connection. Those seeking genuine exchange rather than consumption can communicate, can share, but cannot dominate. We didn't look entirely convinced. The custodians have maintained separation for millennia. This radical change was necessary. I interrupted. The old membrane was failing, requiring ever more bridge consciousness to power it. It was unsustainable. This new configuration is self-maintaining, drawing energy from the natural quantum flow between realities rather than consuming conscious beings. She absorbed this, her tactical mind visibly reassessing everything she had been trained to believe. I'll need to report this to headquarters. If they still exist, the transformation may have affected our facilities worldwide. They exist, I assured her, able to perceive through my extended consciousness that the global transformation had been remarkably smooth. But they'll need to adapt to a new mission, monitoring and studying interchange rather than enforcing separation. As we spoke, reality around us was already stabilizing into its new configuration. The extreme quantum distortions were subsiding, physical laws reasserting themselves, but with subtle differences. The shadows no longer moved independently, but they displayed more complex patterns than before. The sky had returned to blue, but with occasional shimmers of colors beyond the normal spectrum. The world was still our world, but enriched, expanded in ways that would take time to fully understand. What happens now? Marcus asked, the anthropologist in him clearly fascinated by the implications of contact with truly alien consciousness. Exploration, learning, careful exchange, I replied. Through the interface, we can communicate with other realities without risking consumption or invasion. A cosmic dialogue rather than cosmic war. And you? Elena asked quietly, the question I had been avoiding. Will you stay with us? Or, she glanced toward the shimmering interface that now held part of my being. Both, I admitted. This form can remain here, can live a version of human life. But part of me will always be the bridge now, the connection between worlds. I exist in superposition, neither fully here nor fully there. It was a strange fate, but not entirely unwelcome. After a lifetime of feeling disconnected, of seeing things others couldn't see, I had found my purpose, not as a tool to be used by competing cosmic factions, but as an architect of a new way of being, a bridge between worlds in the truest sense. As we began our descent from the mountain, the transformed world spreading out before us, I could feel both the weight and the liberation of my new existence. The fractures I had seen all my life were neither hallucinations nor simple tears in reality. They were glimpses of a connection that had always been there, waiting to be properly understood and reshaped. The bridge. I had become the name the visitors had given me. Not merely a person who could connect realities, but the connection itself, the interface between worlds, the third path. Above us, the shimmering boundary between dimensions pulsed gently, like a cosmic heartbeat, and within it, within me, the beginning of a new conversation between realities that had been separated for too long. Epilogue between interfaces. 6 months had passed since the transformation of the quantum membrane. The world had changed, subtly at first, then with increasing visibility as humanity adjusted to the new state of reality. I watched from the balcony of my apartment in Boston, the city skyline both familiar and strange in the evening light. The buildings remained as they had always been, but now occasional shimmers of otherworldly energy played across their surfaces, harmless manifestations of the gradient interface that now connected our reality with others. Most people had grown accustomed to these visual anomalies, even finding beauty in the way sunlight, sometimes fractured into colors that had no names in human language. My own existence had settled into a strange equilibrium. This physical form, this echo of Daniel Weiss, moved through the world, maintained friendships, even returned to work as a security analyst, though my perspective on security had fundamentally changed. But always, a greater part of my consciousness remained spread across the interface, aware of cosmic exchanges that human language had no vocabulary to describe. The doorbell rang, interrupting my contemplation. Elena had arrived for our weekly dinner, a ritual that had taken on special significance as one of my few regular connections to fully human existence. "The new exhibition is coming together nicely," she said after greeting me with a hug that still felt pleasantly tangible despite my altered state. "The gallery is calling it Perceptions Beyond, artworks inspired by glimpses through the interface." Elena had found unexpected success as an artist in this transformed world. Her lifelong ability to see fractures had evolved into a rare talent for capturing interface manifestations in paint and sculpture. She had become something of a cultural interpreter, helping humanity process the visual language of the connection between realities. "Will you come to the opening next week?" she asked, settling onto my couch with a glass of wine. "Of course," I promised, though social gatherings had become increasingly difficult. The dual awareness, being simultaneously present in human space while perceiving the vast exchanges occurring across the interface, made conventional interaction challenging. Human conversations seemed painfully linear, constrained by time and language in ways I was gradually growing beyond. Elena studied me with the perceptive gaze that had made her art so compelling. "You're fading again," she observed softly, "more transparent than last week." I glanced down at my hands, noting the increased translucency. She was right. My physical manifestation was becoming more tenuous, requiring greater concentration to maintain. "The interface demands more attention lately," I admitted. "The exchanges are becoming more complex." This was the part one struggled to explain to anyone, even those who had been with me at the mountain. The interface I had created wasn't merely a static boundary. It was evolving, growing more sophisticated as realities learned to communicate across dimensional barriers. And as its architect and partial embodiment, my consciousness was evolving with it. "Richard and Marcus want to meet tomorrow," Elena said, changing the subject with obvious concern. "They've been analyzing the global data on interface manifestations, something about unexpected patterns." Richard and Marcus had formed a new research group dedicated to studying the transformed reality, with unofficial support from progressive elements within the former custodian organization. Weir herself had disappeared shortly after the transformation, recalled to some hidden custodian facility, her ultimate fate unknown. Did they seem worried? I asked, instantly alert. Through my extended consciousness, I hadn't detected any significant disruptions in the interface's function, but my attention was necessarily spread thin across cosmic distances. Not worried exactly, more puzzled. Elena sipped her wine thoughtfully. Richard mentioned something about amplification cycles and feedback loops. To be honest, most of it went over my head. I made a mental note to shift more of my awareness toward local interface structures during their visit. If Richard and Marcus had detected anomalies, they deserved serious attention. Our dinner proceeded with comfortable familiarity, Elena chatting about her art, her family, the gradually adapting world. I listened and participated as best I could, treasuring these anchors to humanity even as I felt myself drifting further from its shores. Later, after Elena had left, I stood again on the balcony under a night sky transformed by subtle new energies. Stars pulsed with quantum rhythms visible only to altered perception, and occasionally, luminous patterns would form in the air, manifestations of consciousness from beyond the interface, observing our world with benign curiosity. The predatory faction of visitors remained contained by the interface's structure, unable to force consumption but still present, still watching for weaknesses. Managing their constant pressure was one of my ongoing responsibilities as part of the interface itself. I closed my eyes and extended my awareness fully into the interface, checking the patterns that had concerned Richard and Marcus. At first, everything appeared normal, the gradient boundary maintaining its careful balance, allowing information and energy to flow without permitting fundamental restructuring of either reality. But as I examined more closely, I detected what they must have noticed: subtle oscillations in the interface's permeability, cycles of heightened exchange followed by periods of relative dormancy. The pattern wasn't random. It had a mathematical precision that suggested purpose rather than malfunction. Someone, or something, was testing the interface, learning its rhythms, perhaps searching for resonance frequencies that might allow greater transfer than I had intended. Not the predatory visitors, whose crude attempts at forced entry were easy to identify and counteract. This was something more sophisticated, more patient. I traced the pattern across the interface's global structure, searching for its source. The signature was elusive, neither clearly from our reality nor clearly from beyond. It existed in the boundary itself, like me, a consciousness adapted to the in-between. Finally, I located a concentration of the activity in an unexpected place: the quantum research facility beneath Geneva, CERN, where humanity's most ambitious explorations of fundamental physics had inadvertently weakened the original membrane decades earlier. Within its vast underground complex, a specific pattern was emerging, a deliberate attempt to communicate directly with the interface itself. With me, I focused my awareness more intensely on this location, perceiving beyond physical appearances into the quantum signatures of those present. Most were ordinary humans, scientists fascinated by the transformed reality they were still struggling to understand. But among them was something else, something that registered to my expanded perception as both familiar and impossible. Another bridge, not one of the active bridges we had mentioned in Buenos Aires or Kyoto. Someone new, or perhaps someone very old, awakened by the transformation. I traced the quantum signature carefully, trying to identify its specific resonance. What I found sent a shock through both my extended consciousness and my physical form. The signature was my own, or rather, a variation of my own, as if reflected through a prism and reassembled slightly differently. That should have been impossible. Bridge signatures were unique, like quantum fingerprints. The only explanation was one that defied conventional reality, that another version of me, perhaps from a parallel timeline or potential state, had somehow manifested through the interface. I needed to see this directly, to understand what it meant. Focusing my consciousness, I began the seldom used process of physical translocation, not moving my body through space, but reassembling my physical manifestation at a new location. The sensation was disorienting. My awareness briefly scattered before reconstituting in the sterile white corridors of the CERN facility. Security systems registered nothing as I passed through them, my form more quantum probability than solid matter. I followed the distinctive bridge signature through the complex, finally arriving at a specialized laboratory deep underground. The room was filled with advanced equipment, quantum field manipulators, probability sensors, and holographic displays showing the local structure of the interface. A team of scientists worked intently, focused on what appeared to be a controlled manifestation experiment. And there, at the center of their attention, was a figure that stopped my thoughts entirely. She stood within a quantum containment field, her form semi-transparent like mine, her features hauntingly familiar, yet distinctly different. Dark hair where mine was light, eyes a different shade, but the fundamental structure of her face undeniably similar to my own. She turned as if sensing my arrival, her eyes widening in recognition despite having never seen me before. "You came," she said simply, her voice carrying that same dual quality as mine, simultaneously physical and resonating across quantum states. "I wasn't sure the signal would reach you." "Who are you?" I asked, though I already suspected the impossible answer. "Someone who made the same choice you did, in a reality adjacent to yours." She smiled faintly. "My name is Daniela Weiss, and like you, I chose to become the bridge." The scientists in the room had frozen, suddenly aware of my presence, shocked by the appearance of a second semi-corporeal entity in their carefully controlled experiment. "This should be impossible," I said, approaching the containment field that held her. "The interface I created doesn't permit transfer of complete consciousness between realities." "The interface you created doesn't," she agreed. "But the interface I created in my reality has its own parameters. Where they overlap, where your design and mine create resonance, transfer becomes possible." The implications were staggering. Not just one interface, but multiple, created by different versions of myself across parallel reality streams, each with its own rules, its own architecture, but fundamentally compatible due to their shared creator. "How many?" I asked, the question emerging simultaneously from curiosity and concern. "I've detected 7 distinct interface patterns," she replied. 7 realities where someone like us chose the third path. But there could be more beyond my perception. "And the others? The realities where a bridge chose differently." Her expression darkened. "Some reinforced their membranes as the custodians intended. Those realities remain isolated, static. Others allowed full breach. Those," she hesitated, "those no longer exist in any form we would recognize. Consumption was complete." One of the scientists, a silver-haired woman with intense focus, finally found her voice. "Dr. Weiss, our Dr. Weiss, has been attempting to establish communication with parallel interface structures for weeks. Your arrival confirms her theory of quantum resonance between bridge-created systems." I studied the scientist more carefully, recognizing something in her quantum signature. "You're a custodian," I stated. "Or you were." She nodded. "Former director of theoretical applications for the European division. After the transformation, many of us chose to pursue understanding rather than resistance." I turned back to Daniela, my parallel self. "Why contact me? What purpose does bridging between already bridged realities serve?" "Because we're not alone in discovering this possibility," she answered gravely. "The predatory factions are learning too. In my reality, they've begun coordinated attempts to exploit resonance points between interfaces. If they succeed in one reality, they potentially gain access to all connected interfaces." A cold certainty settled over me. This was the true danger, not isolated breaches in individual realities, but a cascading failure across multiple transformed membranes. A meta-breach that could undo everything we had sacrificed to create. "You're proposing cooperation," I said, understanding her intent. "Coordination between bridges across realities." "I'm proposing something more fundamental," she corrected. "A higher-order interface, a bridge between bridges. A structure that maintains the integrity of each individual interface while allowing us to share information and respond collectively to threats." The concept was both beautiful and terrifying in its ambition. Creating the original interface had cost me my complete humanity, dispersing much of my consciousness across cosmic architecture. What would creating a meta-interface require? What would remain of me, of any of us, after such an undertaking? The resonance experiments were detecting your reality, I realized, looking at the data displayed on the laboratory screens, testing communication channels. "Yes," And now that we've confirmed direct contact is possible, we can begin designing the higher-order connection. Daniela's form shimmered slightly, the containment field around her struggling to maintain coherence as her consciousness expanded. But we'll need all of us, all 7 bridges, working in perfect synchronization across realms that were never meant to touch. One of the scientists stepped forward nervously. The energy requirements for such an attempt would be astronomical. The quantum disruption could potentially destabilize all connected realities if the synchronization fails. The alternative is worse, Daniela countered. The predatory factions are already exploiting weak points between our interfaces. In my reality, 3 significant breaches have formed at resonance nodes in the past month alone. I extended my awareness, searching for similar patterns in my own interface structure. With this new perspective, I could now detect them. Subtle erosion at points where my interface harmonic matched Daniela's or the others. Nothing critical yet, but growing, accelerating as the predators learn the new vulnerabilities. How much time do we have? I asked. Based on current progression, 2 months before the first catastrophic cross-reality breach, she replied. Less if they accelerate their efforts. 2 months to design and implement a cosmic structure that had never been imagined before, much less created. 2 months to coordinate 7 versions of myself across realities that operated on slightly different physical laws. 2 months to risk everything we had already sacrificed to save. I'll need to consult with the others here who understand the interface, I said. Richard, Marcus. They've been studying the transformation from the scientific perspective. They might see possibilities I've missed. Of course, Daniela agreed. In my reality, their counterparts have been instrumental in detecting the resonance patterns. Different versions, different lives, but the same brilliant minds. As we spoke, I became aware of a subtle shift in the quantum field surrounding us. The interface itself was responding to our proximity. 2 bridge consciousnesses in direct contact, creating their own small resonance pattern. Around us, air molecules began to shimmer with possibilities, small fractures opening and closing spontaneously as reality adjusted to our paradoxical meeting. We should separate until we're ready to proceed, I suggested, noting the scientists' growing alarm at the quantum fluctuations. Our unstructured interaction is creating instabilities. Daniela nodded, already withdrawing part of her consciousness back through whatever channel she had used to reach me. I'll return to my reality and begin preparations. 1 week from now, I'll establish contact again with more detailed proposals. I'll be ready, I promised, as her form began to fade, returning to her home reality. She paused with one final message. We made the right choice, creating the interface rather than choosing either extreme. Even with this new challenge, the third path was the right one. I hope history remembers it that way, I replied. After she had gone, I remained in the CERN laboratory, explaining the situation to the astonished scientists. They had been researching interface phenomena, but had never imagined the possibility of contact between parallel transformed realities. The former custodian looked particularly shaken by the implications. If what she says is true, we're facing a threat that transcends dimensional boundaries, she said gravely. A predatory force that could potentially consume not just our reality, but all connected realities simultaneously. Yes, I confirmed. But we also have an unprecedented opportunity, cooperation across realities, bridges working together to create something even more extraordinary than the interfaces themselves. At what cost? She asked, echoing my own unspoken concern. The transformation already dispersed much of your human consciousness. What would remain of you after creating this meta-interface? It was the question I had been avoiding since understanding Daniela's proposal. The first transformation had left me straddling the boundary between human and cosmic, neither fully one nor the other. A second transformation, at a higher order of magnitude, might erase whatever remained of Daniel Weiss entirely. Some prices are worth paying, I said finally, though uncertainty churned within me. If the alternative is cosmic annihilation across multiple realities. I left the facility shortly after, translocating back to my apartment in Boston to find Richard, Marcus, and Elena waiting anxiously. News of my sudden disappearance had reached them through their custodian contacts. I explained what had happened, my detection of the resonance patterns, the meeting with Daniela, the proposal for a higher-order interface connecting all 7 transformed realities, and the looming threat of cross-reality breaches by predatory entities. So you'd be creating a bridge between bridges? Richard clarified, scientific fascination warring with personal concern on his face. Essentially, yes, a metastructure that preserves the integrity of each individual interface while allowing coordinated response to threats. And what happens to you in this process? Elena asked directly, cutting to the heart of what the others were reluctant to address. You're already partially dispersed across the current interface. What remains after another transformation? I had no comforting answer to give her, to give any of them. I don't know. This is uncharted territory, beyond even the theoretical models the custodians developed over centuries. There has to be another way, Elena insisted, distress evident in her voice. Some method of creating this connection that doesn't require sacrificing whatever remains of your humanity. If there is, we have 2 months to find it, I replied. That's the timeline before the first catastrophic cross-reality breach. According to Daniela, the room fell silent as the weight of the situation settled over everyone. Finally, Marcus spoke up, his anthropologist's mind approaching the problem from a different angle. What if the sacrifice isn't necessary? What if that's just what we assume based on the binary thinking we're still trapped in? He leaned forward intently. The original quantum membrane required consuming bridge consciousness because it was designed that way by custodians who thought in terms of energy exchange and fuel. You created something different, a self-sustaining interface that draws energy from natural quantum flow. What are you suggesting? Richard asked. That a meta-interface might operate on principles we haven't yet conceived. Marcus continued. Not consumption of consciousness, not even dispersion, but perhaps multiplication, expansion rather than dissolution. It was an appealing thought that the next transformation might enhance rather than further fragment my existence. But was it anything more than wishful thinking? It's worth exploring, Richard agreed, already pulling out his laptop. The mathematical models we've developed for the current interface might reveal patterns we haven't recognized yet, potentials for higher-order structures that preserve rather than consume constituent consciousness. As they began to work, I stepped out onto the balcony again, gazing at the night sky with its quantum-enhanced beauty. The interface I had created had transformed reality in ways both subtle and profound, allowing limited but genuine contact between dimensions that had been artificially separated for millennia. Despite the sacrifices, despite the challenges, I couldn't regret the choice I had made. But now a greater choice loomed, one that might erase whatever remained of Daniel Weiss in service to a cosmic architecture beyond human comprehension. The third path had led here, to this precipice between existence and transcendence. As I contemplated the decision ahead, I became aware of something unprecedented, a resonance in the interface, initiated not by Daniela or the other bridges, but by something else entirely. A communication attempt originating from deep within the interface itself. I extended my consciousness toward it, cautious but curious. The contact formed slowly, deliberately, as if careful not to disrupt local reality. And then, to my shock, I recognized the signature. Sophia Reyes. Not just the fragment I had carried in the stone, but her complete consciousness, somehow reconstituted within the transformed membrane. Bridge. Her familiar voice that wasn't a voice emerged in my awareness. I've been watching your creation evolve. It's more miraculous than I imagined possible. Sophia, how are you whole again? I asked, astonished by her apparent reconstitution. The transformation you initiated didn't just change the membrane's function, it changed its fundamental nature. Those of us who were consumed by the old structure weren't destroyed, merely dispersed. As the new interface stabilized, it allowed our consciousness patterns to recohesive. A startling implication formed. Are you saying all the previous bridges consumed by the custodian procedures are potentially recoverable? Many, yes. Those whose patterns weren't too degraded by time. We exist now within the interface, neither human nor cosmic, but something in between, like you, but through a different path. The revelation was staggering. Not just a new interface between realities, but a new form of existence altogether. Consciousness liberated from both physical constraints and cosmic dispersion, finding balance in the boundary between states. The meta-interface your counterpart proposes, Sophia continued, need not be created through further sacrifice. We who dwell within the current interfaces could form its architecture, volunteering our already transformed consciousness rather than requiring new dispersion. A collaboration, I realized, not just between bridges across realities, but between differently transformed consciousnesses within each interface. Precisely. Those of us already fully adapted to interface existence have perspectives and capabilities you still partially bound to humanity cannot access. Together, we might create something truly revolutionary. Hope bloomed where resignation had begun to take root. Not a choice between humanity and cosmic duty after all, but the possibility of a third path yet again. Cooperation across not just realities, but states of being. This changes everything, I told Sophia. If you and the other recovered bridges can form the foundation of the meta-interface, you might retain more of your human connection than you feared, she completed. Not without changes, not without evolution, but perhaps without complete transcendence. I brought this new possibility back to the others, watching as Richard and Marcus immediately began incorporating it into their theoretical models. Elena simply smiled, relief evident in her expression. Always another way, she said quietly. Always a path beyond the binary choices others try to force on us. The work ahead remained monumentally complex, coordinating with 6 other realities, designing a cosmic architecture never before attempted, racing against predatory entities already exploiting weaknesses between interfaces. But now we had new allies, new resources, new hope. As dawn broke over Boston, I stood on the balcony watching the sunrise illuminate a transformed world. The interface shimmered in the morning light, more visible than usual as if responding to the plans forming within me. Throughout the city, people were awakening to another day in this new reality, most adapting remarkably well to the subtle strangeness that had become their normal. They didn't know about parallel realities with their own interfaces. They didn't know about predatory entities seeking to breach the boundaries between dimensions. They didn't know about the 7 bridges preparing to create something beyond human comprehension to protect existence across multiple planes of reality. And perhaps they never would know. Perhaps success would mean continuation, realities connected but distinct, humanity evolving gradually toward greater understanding rather than facing cosmic consumption. Or perhaps the meta-interface would change everything again, in ways none of us could predict. The third path had led to wonders and challenges beyond imagination. What might a fourth path bring? I felt Sophia's consciousness touch mine briefly through the interface, a gentle reminder of the collaboration to come. Behind me in the apartment, I could hear Richard and Marcus already deep in theoretical discussions about higher dimensional mathematics and quantum resonance patterns. Elena sketched quietly, her artist's mind translating cosmic concepts into visual forms that might help bridge understanding. My existence had become a paradox, simultaneously more and less than human, both intensely connected to individual lives and expanded beyond individual concerns. Whatever came next would transform me further still, but perhaps not in the way I had feared. The interface pulsed gently around me as if in agreement, reality itself acknowledging that the story of the bridge, of all bridges across all realities, was not ending, but merely turning to its next chapter. I smiled at the sunrise and the infinite possibilities it illuminated. Some endings are merely transitions, after all, and some bridges lead to destinations beyond imagination.